I request the member of our family, the Laghu Udyoga Bharati State President, Dr. Sachin Sabnis sir, the senior member of Belagavi Foundry, to kindly join to felicitate Mr. Nilesh Taugle. Again, the claps have stopped. We are proud to have such individuals in Belagavi who have taken Belagavi to the world in a global level. So again, it is dropping, huh? Come on. Now, all of you, exercise was there, your blood circulation also has increased. There's a lot of activeness, what I'm seeing, all are smiling now. Great. This is what we expect from the conference. All should be having some key takeaway from this particular conference. The first key takeaway is smile, energy when you enter the JC campus. All should be having that smile. Now, on behalf of all the participants, once again, I thank Mr. Nilesh Taugle sir for coming here and blessing our international conference. Over to you, ma'am. A few names are there whose support was there. I think Principal Sir skipped. Let me just, with your permission, sir. So we have in this international conference, Mr. Prasanna Dodmani and Anuradha Dodmani from Synergy, our active stakeholders. Thank you so much for coming. So these are our stakeholders, very active stakeholders of Jain family. Then we have one more member who is established a very sound entrepreneurship cell in Asia's largest university, VTU Belagavi. Mr. Santosh is there from VRIF Belagavi. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. Then we have all the members here from Laghu Udyoga Bharati, active members from Laghu Udyoga Bharati. Thank you so much, Dr. Priya Swanik and others. Very, very important. This conference is possible because of heads of various departments, the support what we have got from R&D division and our active training and placement. Thank you so much for coming and blessing all of us. And this is even published in 15 media across Karnataka. So thank you so much for the media team, research scholars, participants.
Thank you, sir, for a gracious introduction. We're delighted to announce the release of the conference proceedings. To mark this special moment, I request all the dignitaries to kindly unveil the proceedings of the conference.
When I just stopped again.
These are the proceedings of our research paper. I now invite our esteemed chief guest for today, Mr. Nilesh Taugle, to enlighten us with his valuable words.
Yes. Good morning again. Good morning, sir. So firstly, I thank management of Jain Institution. Amazing to know about this institute. and again MBA. So to be honest, I have only one college which I know has MBA is Jain College of Engineering. I'm making this because I see the active participation of students who come for internship for MBA. Because see, I believe that what students reflect is actually the reflection of the institute. And then comes the professors, how they interact with the industry or the society around. So I think second, I have definitely co-pinched of technology with whom we work very closely. Really amazing in terms of. So keep up this good work, okay, on this point. As I got to know about this initiative from the MBA about encouraging on the research and keeping this kind of an international research on especially this topic of when they speak of business and the management, technology, banking and finance, and joint with insurance. So I felt they are covering in total. In total. So I told Rohit that very curious about to know about what all this is about. And I requested, good, I've got the research paper so I can drive through. Because it's very critical. What research? Morning we were having some conversation when we met. Thanks Sachin for you know uh, putting this thought on what research, how research is important for the country. Because I have student community, whatever talk I give, I want to see that it is something immediately good learning and good takeaway from here. I hope me research is getting into the invisible. Invisible according to common people. Invisible according to the aspiring youth or who is curious about something. But for him it is invisible. But when someone has done a research and has taken that small element, gone deeper and published, that acts like that ignition of some thought. So when you speak about AI, in which Google has done an amazing foundation of the research. I was lucky to be at San Jose for a GTC summit, where I could meet even the chairman of NVIDIA there. And when he called upon, he's a master on presentation, the way he brings things, the NVIDIA chairman. But when he brought on that single paper, which triggered the AI to the next level. We speak of LLMs, large language models, but when he brought in that one name, and he got him, it was started as a transformer. They built transformer. Transform, meaning of transformer. So he was an Indian who was in Google, and he had done that amazing job. And his team, who were challenging on the high-speed search engines. They want to come out of it. So what I mean to say is that is appreciation, and that was something in 92, 93, around those range. But today we speak of AI. Whereas the research on that, the paper on that, the thoughts on that, that's small. I started long back. AI is starting right from the Second World War. That was a mechanical form, right from the mechanical intelligence, so mechanical computer. So, in context of academia, it becomes very critical because academia has patience. They have patience. They have that stability, meaning it helps them to introspect, go back to basics. When we go back to basics, any answer? When? And many even at the age of 50, 60, 70, they again go back. When? Any? Yeah, please. Sorry? In step in problem solving. Okay. I would say disruption. When there is sudden disruption, Okay, that's so whenever there is certain, we are talking about Mr. Trump when he is completely disrupting the economy. Right? Yeah, it's good. Means when you shake the norm, the status quo, people go back to the basic. Okay, so we start thinking of basically what is this economy all about? One deep seek comes into market and suddenly 1 trillion loss in drop in the stock market of US. What happened with that one release of deep seek? And then uh, so-called market analysts and so-called uh, then they realize that they are into the business of gambling. To put it in very raw terms, such is a fluctuation just for certain one input, one release. Can you see the kind of uncertainty in the market? That is what happens. Whereas I say academia can invest us, they can think more deeper about it. They can see more about the future, and such kind of conferences they act like some kind of encouragement for especially people who are interested into research. So as I see students, assume your which semester? Third sem, first semesters, all are there? Okay, that's good. So I had to go back to my basics because when I thought about what is business, what is management, what is technology, what is banking and finance, and what is insurance, then I asked myself, am I dealing with that all? Yeah, very much every day. Okay, the last one, the insurance, I was not so much interested. But the latest, we had the delivery of close to amount of 16 crore, one machine. And I felt insurance is more precious than my life. Because if that vehicle carried by a transformer, sorry, not I, I'm coming to transformer, sorry, the driver. And जातो की घेऊन जातो की गाडी. And I'm seeing my 16 crore rupees heap of money behind. He is with no any. And then have I covered? I asked my wife, have I covered on insurance? He said, yeah, insurance. It's that I realized value of insurance. Actually, I don't know really it works. Okay, because when I was in HL, and then it came for marketing. You get so much value return on insurance, and then great. When will I get? So sorry, sir, you will not get. Then I realized it's not for me. I save it for someone else. So this is how I learned insurance for me. Just to tell you, because you get the importance or realize the importance when you are really coming across the peak. Because for me, if that vehicle meets with an accident, I'm on the road. Next day, I'm on road. All whatever I've earned till now is gone. Everything will be hypothecated, gone. This is kind of risk. So I'm happy that such topics are getting covered. But I wanted to set the context with my day-to-day example so that you all understand what he's speaking is sense and he's talking from something what he is facing day to day. So I'll start backward, insurance. So I just gave this some example. Next was on banking and finance. Amazing banking in India. What you have. Amitabh Bachchan मेरे पास done. Yeah. Oh, so it's only on physical. Sachin, as you mentioned, तुमच्याकडे काय दिसतंय? Not what we have inside. Very far. Both banking and finance, we are very far. There is no any evaluation of the intellectual assets, Sachin, as what we are trying. Huge gap, huge gap. Because I don't know whether is it how we are been brought up, how our country has got built up, where we come from, what contributes to this mindset in banking and finance, I don't know. But बोला क्या बोलते हैं, इस हाथ से दो, इस हाथ से लो. But when you don't have to give, then you don't get. So you give, either you have to get some land, then you say we don't have, but we have something to do. So huge challenge. So I think we are very far on this topic, and if the research from the students is able to highlight on this aspect of intellectual property, it will be great. I'm very proud that we be close to 600 plus innovations we have delivered. And I'm thankful for the Indian industry, which encourages, to deliver without the proof. If I have to do the same in so-called developed countries, they ask me, where have you supplied? Where it is working? Whereas here, you can do, करू शकतोस, go ahead. So some back experience of something whatever is done may not be much related, but they are all okay. And we get that encouragement. So such we have been, so today our research, we burn our hands, literally day to day we work on it, day night we slog. For this conference I had to be in office till night by 1 o'clock, morning by 7 o'clock, so that I can come here. Because we have a dispatch to Toyota. We have built one of the first kind of innovation in the world, that is for storing of the bumpers. Okay, the bumpers are huge, vehicle bumpers, front and back. So they work just in time. So they never felt the need of storage. But today the challenges that have come to the market on variety, variance, you go and select any color, right? Then that vehicle, that bumper is needed. Variety is huge. Our kind of country demands are huge. So they had no other option but to have more storage for it and retrieve it as per the wish. So today, if I am doing some 100 vehicles of these colors, they want to just key in and get those. So we have built that state-of-art bumper storage system. So when I'm talking about innovation, this is how we are delivering. But sorry to say, no patent. I have no time. If I go for that, am I living that day salary, that month's salary is at stake. This is in true sense. I'm talking about the reality every day which I am facing. What the point? To raise that invoice so that I get within some time and we are meeting our ends. But it is amazing. Well appreciated by Toyota. It was very nice to know that they won the best Kaizen award for this project in India. And now they have got qualified for the best 18 in the world. Okay. So when that innovation gets awarded as the best 18, it's like we getting awarded. That's how it is. So we are here. Welcome. Always like we have to go back to our roots where we come from and give local employment, because we have state best of best human resource around here. So I want to encourage students to go. Research means this. And I'm very happy when I could again be delivered for nuclear fuel complex, for NFC, because India has no other option but to work on nuclear, but it's going to this high energy demand. Okay, and India has well established technology in this. So nuclear fuel complex makes those cubes which are getting to reactor. So to grind it, they need a machine. So earlier it was directly imported from Italy, and today, thanks to the government schemes in terms of making India as a must, wherein when the order value is less than 200 crores, it is a must that you have to have an Indian partner. So you can imagine someone from Italy is collaborating with someone from Belgaum here in Wagode, where I don't have proper road even to reach to my office. Very difficult, but we have collaborated. built. The Italians came, they were amazed with the way we work. We delivered on time, and customer is giving us another 2 more orders. So this is something happening. I'm trying to appreciate the policies which reach up to the ground. So how critical it is when it comes to policies of government, and something we should go down the line up to the bottommost to see that those are realized. These are happening all here. Okay, so I would when you speak of innovation, because you have brought that as one of the topics in the business, and whereas I was just trying to see. I had HDFC Bank, we are banking in HDFC, and someone had come to my company to witness whether we really exist. Because when we were asking for this security, because we had to have a bank agreement for this amount, which is huge. So this is where banking and finance is in India. As they say, success has many fathers. But before you become successful, your existence also is questioned. So, but hope is there. Okay, so but this is how so this banking and finance are huge to do. But unfortunately, they have also learned from many bad experiences of people taking money, not taking that something as a moral to give back. If you fly over this country and go somewhere else taking huge money, and then rules are made so that people who are really working also questioned in the same perspective, literally as thief. Like it can happen with you. So what? So what? You got my point. So we should, in the research, highlight the impact of such things. That's what I feel, because I'm going through that. Next comes on technology. I felt technology has actually it's a trigger or a means actually. Technology as a means for improving what? Efficiencies of day-to-day. Earlier to my house, earlier if you had to break something or make some masala, you have all the best vessels made of stone, and today you have mixer grinder. So that mixer grinder that technology has helped you to speed up. To today, we say IC, integrated circuit, which is powering up for working on AI. So technology is such lead, and technology is delivering is disrupting the market. Technology is disrupting the market. At the same time, you see the user, you see Facebook, user, NVIDIA, technology provider, both AI, open AI, again user is given the importance. NVIDIA, technology, which makes the user realize this. So these two are, what you can say, demanding or declaring what the market should do. So technology is in both as easy as for the users to access, and the technology further that helps to support make this access easier. And so today this has definitely one of the most, and as I said, give an example of DeepSeek, which even shook the well established, and you have directly impact of 1 trillion down in the US market. So again on research, yes, I would definitely be happy to know more what is this when I go through your proceedings on this. Management, of course, I reflect to myself, if I am from the management, what is that? I think that management has something to do with motivating the team. This is something huge. I was when I worked very closely with my Japanese gurus. Once he asked me, as we worked on the workshop, Sachin, I'm talking about VLCI, and Furoshi-san asked me, what is one main role of management? I said, to ensure, to facilitate, no, it's coded, motivate. So He was, because that is where leadership has to be motivating in whatever it is. So I was just telling why I was to be there in my practice. Someone would say, why don't we have other people to manage? But it was so tiresome. I'm expecting 150%, 200% from them. Then leader can't be missing. Management can't be missing. It becomes very crucial that you show that kind of a support on this. So again, when I like to see on management, what are the thoughts? So as part of management, we have given a lot of emphasis on academia and industry connect. Because when I was a student, uh, such conferences were rare or next to nil. But thanks for my, for the motivation I could get from my parents and my mentors like Sundar sir and industrialists. So I could visit industry and learn from them. So when it comes to management, it's becoming very critical, like how we encourage research. So I was just telling Rohit, I showed you 5 papers in your next research conference from my company, because on daily basis, now you are here from ENY, Ernst and Young company who is big in consultancy. So kind of HR policy we built. Now we had objective review for the next financial year. So how every function will be evaluated on the functionality. We go through a lot of ups and downs in terms of our cash flows. Then how we try to look into our accounts or finances. So this we are open to the students to come and work with us. See what exactly happens with us. Because that's what we feel you should know, and not be in the college knowing only big names of big corporates where you have hefty salaries and everything goes very smooth. Life is very beautiful, very smooth. It's not so. It is not so. So we want students to experience it much early so that they can shape their career, get motivation from this to go to the next level. So this is how I would, touch upon and look upon on the research what the team or this particular panel is going to get into. And so business is what is the next topic. It, Still, I take a lot of time to think about this. They say I am a businessman, and really I go back to basic, because is business, is it busyness just to keep yourself engaged as business, or really business? And then again in business is when I refer this, what any entity that is formed to one profit. That's how it is in more technical terms, because only then you will sustain, or you will collapse. It is just you do something and you can't sustain. So I keep questioning this. The reason I'm talking about this is uh, research is all about. So the way this the so-called non-for-profit organizations have come up is questioning to this, and how government is trying to give encouragement for such. So sometimes when I reflect to my own business, I feel sometimes it's also non-profit organization. The kind of struggle we go through, and kind of statutory demands on taxation, on taxation is in all aspects, income taxes. So the kind of discipline that is getting demanded is amazing. One thing I see, the government has to create the pull for discipline. Then all things get aligned. Even the small wants to work like a big. And that's the reason I feel very confident when we perform well. We can put our leg into big shoes. It is because of the way the disciplines that are getting set in terms of, and finance is what is the key. Finally, everything is evaluated in the form of money. So it is there. and that is where it is asking even for I would be more passionate to work in my some research and do, but the question is how will I sustain? So when it comes to this industry, let it be, I'm telling something on because I come from a small scale industry with 3 startups, uh, and I was very happy to when I meet the best people for innovations, and so things are happening very good. When I was going as a student to the industry, so I would request and suggest the students to participate into this conference actively. I just wanted to set some tone for you all that this is how I reflect upon even when I'm doing so-called business today. But this is how I reflect upon. Okay, so with this, I would wish a great learning for this conference. Thank you, Rohit, again for inviting. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nilesh sir. You have truly inspired all of us today. Your words are truly inspirational. We are honored to have with us today our guest of honor, Dr. Purnima Charantimat. To introduce our guest of honor, I'd like to invite our HOD once again.
So again, energy is required, right? Okay. We are blessed to have Dr. Purnima M. Charantimat, madam, as a guest of honor as well as speaker for our today's international conference. Let me quickly introduce Dr. Purnima, madam. Dr. Purnima Charantimat is a distinguished academician, consultant, and the thought leader with over 3 decades of exemplary contributions to administration, teaching, research, and consultancy, both in engineering and management education. Her illustrious career includes leadership roles such as Deputy Director of one of the most reputed institutes in India, Indian Institute of Materials Management, Bengaluru, and Director at KLS IMEM. As a sought-after consultant and corporate trainer, Madam has worked with renowned organizations, which includes Aditya Birla Group, Tata Motors, Hindustan Latex Limited, HLL Lifecare, and PT Elegant Textiles. She is a prolific researcher with research publications at national and international level. Dr. Charantimat has guided 5 doctoral students to the successful completion of their PhD work. Now, coming to our latest book is concerned, Entrepreneurship Development and Small Business Enterprises, that is 4th edition 2025. And students, you will be astonished, research scholars, we are struggling to write one research paper, but Madam has authored many books related to entrepreneurship development, which is published in one of the most reputed publishing house of the world, that is Pearson. So, thank you so much, Madam. And her area is also involving into total quality management, TPM. She has published many books in the area of total quality management. So our latest book is 4th edition 2021, that is Pearson edition. And her works are extensively used by universities across the globe, not only in India, across the globe and industries worldwide. Dr. Charantimat has been recognized with numerous accolades for her outstanding contributions. Only a few have listed, madam, because of the time constraint. Please excuse me for that. Association of Overseas Scholarship by the government of Japan for completing the program on corporate management for executives in India. Distinguished Engineers Award from the Institution of Engineers Belagavi Local Center. Achiever of the Year Award from Roundtable India. Women Achievers Award from the Institution of Engineers State Center Karnataka. The last thing, Dr. Charantimat continues to inspire, very important, empower the next generation of leaders through our unwavering commitment to excellence in education, research, and industry collaboration. On behalf of all the participants here, we are blessed to have you, ma'am, on this particular second day international conference. I now request again our Senior Director, Dharwadikar sir, to felicitate madam on this particular occasion. Sabnis sir, who is state president for Lagu Udyoga Bharati. So, sir, for coming and blessing all of us. I request Dharavkar sir, you be there only, sir. One more presentation is there. So again, energy should be there. Because of Lagu Udyoga Bharati, we have got a lot of research papers. Thank you so much, Dr. Sajid Samjita is a member of our giant family also. Next, one of the active member also will felicitate the last presentation, Dr. Priya Puranik. Madam, please come on the dais. We'll felicitate Dr. Priya Puranik, again from the senior director and all the members of the state. She is an entrepreneur from Belagavi and active member of Lagu Udyoga Bharati, helped many industrialists in Belagavi to go to the next level. Okay, now felicitation is done, sir. Okay, now we'll speak business now. We have a special invitee who will be addressing all of you and motivating all of you and what is required from this international conference, the outcome of this, in what direction the research has to be conducted. In this regard, I request the Karnataka State President of Lagu Udyoga Bharati, Dr. Sachin Sabnis sir, to address all of you in this particular stage. Sir, over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Honestly, I'm disrupting the flow of protocol out here, because I have not prepared anything for maybe today's talk as such, or at least an outline. And after listening to Nilesh speak, such a beautiful way he presented, focusing on each one of it, like insurance, finance, banking, technology, management, and ultimately, when we collate all these things, what we call as business. Similarly to the second international conference, there is one important word out there, and that is sustainable, towards sustainable future. The research for all these particular fields and what is the end result that we want is a sustainable future. That is what the basic focus of this conference is. First of all, I would like to really appreciate Jain College for having this international conference and also inviting all of us to be part of it, especially Lagu Udyoga Bharati. As you know, we work with the MSMEs, and each of these topics out here is very, very important for the growth of MSMEs. I usually talk a lot or interact a lot with MSMEs, at the same time a lot of students. And today morning, when we were just interacting, I stressed upon the importance of research. And I just said, Dharavkar sir was there, everyone was there, the universities of the future, the colleges of the future will not be known by the physical assets they have. They will be known by the intellectual assets they hold. Today, when students try to take admission in some of the universities abroad, if you go through their profile, they are not speaking about the physical assets. They are speaking about number of Nobel laureates they have that are working in the universities, the kind of research work they are doing. My son, who is just now completed his 5th semester in Bangalore in engineering, he asked me that I want to do 6 months research. He just yesterday night called me and said, can you know someone at Indian Institute of Science where I want to do research. I said, why you want to do research? He said, if I do research, then I can get a better university. Because that is the basic thing. So each of the students out here should focus on research. Because learning as such has changed. The education has changed over the years. If you look at the education, you are being taught something which is needed by the university, which is defined in the syllabus. But beyond that, what you are learning, you have an exposure to technology. Neeraj spoke about AI disrupting a lot of things. We have blockchain disruptions. He spoke about deep sea. There are so many things that are happening. Technology is changing every moment, every minute it is changing. Today, some of the learnings that you are having in the college or some of the subjects you might be studying, you have access to some of the best professors in the world on internet. On internet, some of the best professors might teach you the same subject. So does it make sense to you to come and sit in the class? Many a times it becomes a challenge to the professor because he would find it very difficult to explain the same subject the way some Nobel laureate might be able to do it in an online lecture. It's a big challenge to the teachers everywhere, across the, not only in MBA, but even in engineering. I always tell them. So you need to go beyond that. You need to start thinking beyond teaching the regular subject and getting into research. Research is the only way that the colleges would be able to sustain, the teachers would be able to sustain their importance in the whole ecosystem. If particular teacher is not into research, he has to pick up each one of these subjects. Very nicely mentioned out here, maybe the business, the management, the technology, the banking, insurance. Each one of these is very important for an entrepreneur. And sustenance has become a big topic. Today, everybody speaks about the sustainability. ESG has become a big word. Environment, social, and governance. These are the three things all the big companies are looking at. Even the smallest of small, micro, small, and medium industries have to go in for these kind of implementation where they are looking at sustainable future. If you are trying to deal with some of the companies abroad, if you are trying to deal with some of the bigger companies, OEMs, sustainable future becomes the keyword. If you are not aligned yourself to the sustainable goals that are being defined, then you may be out of business. But sustainability, not only in these three fields, sustainability in all the fields that you have mentioned, there has to be a deep research in that, and the outcome should be shared with the stakeholders. If it is an industry, this is what we have done. This is the research what we have done. A continuous interaction between academia and industry is the need of the hour. You have so many students out here. I can see at least 100 students out here. Each one of them can come up with brilliant ideas. Each one of them can come out with something innovative in these fields. The only thing is you need to push them. You need to align them or align their thinking towards research, which many a times our educational system doesn't promote, maybe from school times or maybe in the college. It is not aligned that way that students start thinking about research. But still, we are the number one, or we are called as the capital of startups. That is amazing. Without being even pushed towards the research or without being research being one integral part of our education, still we have so many students who come out of college and they get into startup and they are trying to find or try to do something new. It's amazing when we see that. If we are able to just give a little bit push from the colleges, from the schools to research, what amazing innovation we would be able to do, what amazing research we would be able to do. We would have multiple Nobel laureates. Many a time people say that India, we are so proud if one person gets a Nobel laureate, maybe in human for water conservation or for finance or something. India should have hundreds of Nobel laureates. We are some of the best brains. Always when we speak that top 100 Fortune 500 companies, Indians are CEOs there. So what is happening when it comes to research and development? That itself shows that we are very poor when it comes to research. We need to do research and that needs to be inculcated. And I'm very much sure that such kind of conferences will at least trigger that or trigger that kind of a mindset in the minds of students to think about research, to think about one particular subject, one particular smallest of small topic. As Neelesh said, get to the basics of that topic. Try to grow from there. Try to do as much research possible. Try to develop it into something very tangible, which can be used by people and which would benefit them intangibly. So that is something I would like to say. So congratulations to Jain College for their MBA department for organizing this, and I hope this continues in the future with many more topics of importance for the local industries as well as the society in general. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words. We are also privileged to witness the release of an important publication, a book authored by our own guest of honor for today, Dr. Purnima Charantimat. I now invite all the dignitaries to officially release the book. Thank you very much. I will not take much time. Just I would like to talk whatever I have written in the book and for whom I have written, why I have written, and what is the outcome. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate Gene Group MBA department to do this international conference in a very befitting manner. Hearty congratulations. Second thing, I'm very happy. All these stakeholders are involved in the conference. Who are these stakeholders? Management representative is there, principal is there, HOD is there, professor is sitting, industry is sitting, academia is there, and all the people who are the main stakeholders. I think you represent VTU, if I'm right. Madam is there. You are from industry. Professors are there. Students are very important. Students are. I'm very happy. I don't believe in number thing. Quantity. Quality is very important. Some conferences I go, they say 500 people, 600 people. That is not very important. Quality conference is very important. Why conference is important? Just now, Sachin sir was telling the research output of India compared to the developed nation is very low. We all should agree. Our research output is low. This conference at least will become a catalyst for promoting research. At least people will write papers. Whether they write with passion, whether they write with compulsion, whether they write with whether college demands, at least some paper writing is going on. They will come here, They will network. I was telling today morning, networking is very important. Industrialists will agree with me. For business, networking is important. Network is network. Do you all agree with me? So here, do lot of networking with people around. That is very important. And I request students, please attend all the panel discussion of the conference, because there are 5 areas there recognized. They have not left anything: business management, technology, banking, finance, insurance, and also they have spoken about sustainable future. Nothing is left. And this conference I call is interdisciplinary as per NEP 2020. Everybody should be there. MBA, it is not MBA department. MBA department is an organizer. It is an interdisciplinary. Everybody can be party to this conference. That is one thing which I really appreciated. Second thing, what I also appreciated, the type of leadership, the type of energy I see here. Rohit is so energetic. I can see. Really, I congratulate you. I appreciate you. Actually, energy. He has got everything he is working, he is cooking, he is collaborating with everybody. I really appreciate your. One more thing, I appreciate Ramakrishna. In spite of his some minor problems report due to aging, everybody should go through that process. The initiative he has taken, the support he has given to the conference. One more person I will not forget, a silent worker. He will not make a lot of anything. He will not beat around and all. Very silent, but very nice value he had put. He spoke to me, madam, I want you to come and give a keynote. I said, I'm happy because I want to be with all these stakeholders. Thank you very much, sir, for inviting me and to deliver the keynote address. Super, sir, I know him so well. He's also adding a lot of value to the team. Everyone is there. I'm very happy. Anyway, I will speak about my book because I should not forget this. How this book was born, I say. How this book was taken care. One of my research scholar, Sneha Hiremat, she was doing research on promoting entrepreneurship in higher education. Something related to that she was doing. We were working, she went, I was the guide, she was my research scholar. What we found as the outcome of our study, there is no product available to promote entrepreneurial education in higher educational institutions. There is no course material or course structure available as per NEP 2020. It is not available. And NEP 2020 tells about student-centric. I think all of you agree with me. The material should be student-centric and it should be activity-based learning, not rote learning. Just come, talk and talk. No, we should go at higher levels of Bloom's economy, not level 1, level 2, level 3. We should be able, even sir will agree with me, there is no practical in when we go for lower level of Bloom's taxonomy. That time students will do. They will sit in the front of YouTube. They will get lot of jnana from any lecture across the globe. Yesterday I attended one program. The vice chancellor of so many universities, they were talking about NEP and all. One was BITS Pilani. I was so amazed. I attended the lecture sitting in my house in front of my computer. Vice chancellor of BITS Pilani was addressing all of us in the conference. See, look at the technology there. I can sit in my house and listen to Harvard business professor talking to me, and all so many things are going. So please don't worry about 1, 2, 3 level of business. We have to teach at 4, 5, 6 level. Not teach. We have to facilitate learning at 4, 5, 6. That one I have done in this course. You can take the students to go to the one and I tell the name of this book, Entrepreneur's Launchpad. I'm giving a launchpad for everybody through this book from basics to brilliance. I'll start with basics, but I will take you to the brilliance. And NEP 2020 aligned, I use the term New Age Entrepreneurship, which I will be addressing in my keynote address. What is this New Age Entrepreneurship? And this book is published by Notion Press. A publisher, why I gave to Notion Press, you can ask me, I will answer. Because all my these days I published with PSL, the #1 publisher in the world, I gave to Notion Press. And this book is published in India, Singapore, and Malaysia. 3 countries it is available. And one more thing, I will answer you why I gave to Notion Press, why I gave to PSL. Because my earlier books were published by PSL. Total Quality Management, 4th edition, Entrepreneurship Development and Small Business Enterprise. It is a textbook for engineering program for all the semesters under VTU. So, why I will tell you. If I give to people publishers like PSL, the problem is that lead time is very high. They take 1 year to bring it to the market. And if I want to revise the book, they take more time. Like they will tell, madam, wait for 2 years. Then only wait for revision. That is their business model. But this business model is different. Notion Press, he told me, madam, every year you can revise this. Next year, if the same book, the title may be there, but I will have a revision. Because we live in VUCA world. Volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous world. Whatever is relevant today may not be relevant after 2 years. 1 year lead time is okay. I can revise next year. Next year I can bring new things which is happening in the market. This is why I have given. This book has got 6 chapters or 6 modules. The first one is entrepreneurial mindset. Why mindset? If I don't have a mindset only, the entrepreneurial mindset is required for everybody. If I am a teacher, if I am a student, if I am an industrialist, if I am a management, if anybody here, they need a mindset. I'm not talking about entrepreneurship in the first chapter. I'm talking about entrepreneurial mindset, which is a growth mindset where you are using left and right part of the brain, figuring both in part of the brain. This book is, and I have also written about sustainable development. 17 sustainable development goals and entrepreneurial mindset is necessary to achieve 17. If I am not entrepreneurial, how can I achieve 17? Which we have signed in the Paris Agreement. By 2030, we will reach how it is possible unless I am a student, even a faculty should be an academic entrepreneur. A faculty should be. That is first one. I have also written very interesting principle which I will be talking in the keynote address. Effectuation principle for startup. There are 5 principles which is written in this book. This concept is given by a researcher called as Dr. Sarah Saraswati from Jordan Business School, Virginia. I met her in Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. There I attended a program. Any startup, 5 effectuation principles like Airbnb, Infosys followed these principles, and it is a very successful story. This beautiful concept I am talking in my keynote address. One thing, please remember, every chapter has a key takeaway. Everybody wants something. I have attended the workshop. Second sir was telling what is the outcome. I call it as a takeaway. Everybody, after completing this chapter, there is a key takeaway. There are key terms. They are very important. There is a quiz, multiple choice questions you can take completing the chapter. There are plenty of exercises. Learning, there is activity, there is situation analysis, simulation game I have included. Every chapter there is a role play, there is a project based learning, there is a quick case. I have not written as a case study, I have written quick case because nobody today reads a case study. If I give 2-page case study to my students, they say, madam, I could not get time to read. That type of students are changing. We have to change. student-centric, student-friendly. So I have written quick case, not a case study. And I have written quick case of all the enterprises in India. Most of them are in India. Some are Airbnb I have written because Airbnb started from a house and today it is a multi-billion business. And after that, I have also each chapter as a discussion question or you call it as a question bank. And at the end, I've given references because if you want to read more than whatever I have written, you can go to that. Second chapter is on emotional intelligence. In our education, we give priority to IQ, not EQ. But EQ is very important if you want to be more successful, if you want to be a good leader. So I have written on emotional intelligence. I have also written, don't neglect IQ, have IQ and EQ fusion. Fuse it. That's what I have written. And I have also written about mental health in this book because today mental health is a big problem in higher education institutions. We see a lot of suicides, drug addiction, love failures, people kill one another. See what happened in BVP because lack of emotional intelligence. So emotional intelligence have been written in, and it is not only for entrepreneurship, it is for being entrepreneurial. Third chapter is on creativity. We are killing creativity. How to nurture creativity? I have written in chapter 3. Chapter 4, I have written on innovation. Everybody today wants innovation. Sir was talking about Kaizen because I have written a book on TQM Kaizen. I have written, but today we don't need Kaizen, we need innovation. Okay, Kaizen you do every day, at least once in a 6 months we need breakthrough improvements. That is, I call it as innovation. Unless we innovate, we will not become a developed nation. Because India is the highly populated country in the world. One good thing about India is we have 65% working population. So if all of you innovate, nothing is there to take us to make it developed nation. Chapter 5, I've become very specific how to write a business plan. I work with Deshpande startups. I work with many Atal incubation centers. I'm a mentor to many startups in India. Through my experience, I found people don't know how to write a business. Whether you are an entrepreneur or entrepreneur, you should know how to write a business. Sir, you will agree with me. Even entrepreneur needs to. If I am an employee of Infosys, I should know how to write a business plan. Madam also everybody should know how to write a business plan. I'm not talking about 20-page business plan. I'm talking about a lean business model canvas where even you can write a one-page business plan, which I have introduced. That can be done in the college to any discipline. Because nobody wants to write a 20. By the time you write a 20-page business plan, maybe the idea is becoming obsolete. Disruption, rapid disruption is taking. I've also talked about how innovation is changing. How some companies have become backseat because of disruption. They have not innovated. That's why. For example, Sony, earlier it was ruling the world. Today Sony has taken a backseat. Lack of innovation. GE, General Electric. Kodak, no, Nokia, we don't see. Because lack of innovation and rapid disruption. Chapter 6 I've spoken on how to build and grow a startup. I have a startup, but how to build it, how to grow. Everything is there. I've written MSME, government schemes, how and finance is the lifeblood of the organization. So many entrepreneurs, they are very good in technology, but they don't know finance. They depend on CAs and CS, but they should have fundamental knowledge of finance. I think Sir did his MBA in finance. Probably he knew finance is lifeblood of enterprise. So personal finance is also important. First, I should understand personal finance, how to manage my finance. So all these things, I also written about business strategy because luckily I have the industry institute because I'm a consultant. I was a consultant to Aditya Birla Group of companies where I was doing strategic planning. I worked with many CEOs, not only in India. I went to PT Elegant Textile Indonesia. There also I guided them in their business excellence award journey. We have got business excellence models. Like for example, CI Excellence Award, Ramakrishna. I was an examiner for all those models. That knowledge helped me to sketch this book. This is the outcome of the research. It is written as per NEP 2020. This book is student centric. You can take it to the highest level of Bloom's taxonomy, and I request all the people, see, I almost taken 1 year to write. 1 year research, 1 year of write. And everything I only have tried to be very frank. I don't have any assistant, but I have used AI is my assistant today. I'm not having any woman assistant. I have AI assistant. So AI tools I have used. I have written this book. Only one request to all. It is not. I have not come to sell my book or market my book. I want whatever is written should reach this. To reach these. I request MBA department, if possible, the position of principal, to take a lead. And in the afternoon, I am talking about student entrepreneurship. I have developed some models to promote student entrepreneurship in higher education, which I am talking in my afternoon session. I think this book is adopted as a textbook in our college. Veerana sir has come, our director has come. Kaizen Education Society's IEMS school. They got 50 books, and they are giving each student one book at the orientation program. And in every week they are using the book. One faculty is already trained to do. Even GMU also has adopted across discipline, not only MBA. Across discipline it is used. If you want to promote entrepreneurship, the basis is entrepreneurial education. And your institution innovation council wants entrepreneur program. If you want NIRF ranking, better ranking in NIRF you want for NAC entrepreneur education. MBA requires entrepreneurship education. There is a weightage for it, and for ranking, accreditation, and also for career opportunity. For their, you will not only become job seekers, you will become job creators. So, with this understanding, I have written a book. Anyway, this is a trailer picture abhi baki hai in my I thank everybody for giving me an opportunity. I will not take much time because it is known. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for everybody.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enriching speech. Next, I'd like to invite the Honorable and Dignified Senior Director of JCE, Professor R.J. Dharwadkar, sir, to deliver his presidential remarks.
On the dais, ladies and gentlemen, don't worry, I don't take much time because my throat is infected. I am terribly scared of three people in the world. For one and two, I'll tell you. Third, you have to guess. One is Rohit Raj. I'm so much scared. At the most inconvenient times, when I'm enjoying TV without wife, and I'm having my drink and all that. He goes, tomorrow you have a function, you have to come. No, sir, you have. And he talks goody. Sir, you have done this. I said, stop all this lipstick and order. I tell them. And second, he is your principal, sir. He also knows at what time he should cause inconvenience. He said, you have to come. Then he is our principal, I have to say. Third, you always get fools at all times. Third says, so it becomes difficult to tell about the third one because she has lived with me for 15 years. Now, the lighter things apart, this institution is committed to providing all the facilities to the children here to pursue their research work. They talked about research, they talked about almost covered all the topics. I don't know what is the use of the research if this research doesn't benefit society or people at large. Think of new things, and these things should help society. Then only your research has meaning. Otherwise, it is just a paper. The international conferences like this will have brainstorming sessions, we'll exchange ideas, we'll come out with papers, and I hope we will have some meaningful and some research done and benefit the society. KGI will always support all good work. I'm delighted, I'm happy, I'm with youngsters, I'm with the people, intellectuals, and yes, because I am not highly read, so just like that. But we get a lot of good people who are learned and all that, who will make you not intelligent, will make you knowledgeable. This is our problem. Promise. Thank you all for asking me to speak. And God bless you all.
Thank you, sir, for your thoughtful words. As we approach the conclusion of the session, I now invite Dr. Shrikant Sugur, the conference convener, to deliver the vote of thanks and express our collective gratitude to everyone present here today.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, we have come to the end of inaugural session of our international conference on business, management, technology, banking, finance, and insurance towards sustainable future. Icbmtbfi. It is my privilege as conference convener to all the dignitaries and invitees. Number one, first of all, we have the honor of the presence of Shri Nilesh Chogle, Chairman and MD, Keynote Technoso Private Limited, Belgaum, as the chief guest of the inaugural session. He has been very kind to accept our invitation to inaugurate the 2 days conference and deliver inaugural speech. On behalf of the Department of MBA, JCA Family, and Management of JGI, I am pleased to extend my heartfelt thanks to Shri Nilesh Chogle. Thank you, sir. We have with us the Dr. Purnima Charantimat Madam, Executive Member, Advisory Board, IEMS Business School, Hubballi, and Professor of Eminence, GM University, Davangere, as guest of honor at the inaugural session, and she has also agreed to deliver keynote address on behalf of entire JC family. I am privileged to extend our thanks to Dr. Purnima Charantimat Madam. Thank you. We are very much honored to be blessed by Professor Arjit Harwadkar, sir, Senior Director, JGI Belgaum, as President of this inaugural program of the conference. It is my honor to extend respectful thanks to him on behalf of the department and college. I express my sincere thanks to special invitees of our program, Dr. Sachin Sabnisar, State President, Laghu Udyoga Bharati, and Dr. Priya Puranik Madam for gracing the occasion. Thank you, madam. I express my sincere thanks to Uday Chandra sir. JGI Belgaum has always encouraged us. The activities taken up by our department on this occasion, I extend thanks on behalf of the department and college. An international conference of this nature would have not been successful with the vision and constant of our beloved principal and director of JC family. I take this opportunity to extend a wholehearted vote of thanks to him on behalf of the department. Thank you. On behalf of the department, profusely thank Dean of JC Family, Dr. Rashekar Gowda Patil, Dean Academics and Examination for gracing the occasion. Thank you, sir. Any activity in our department taken up strong guidance, support of our HOD and proactive HOD. Not only HOD, the proactive HOD of Dr. S. Rohitra sir, and I am pleased to extend my hearty thanks to him on this. On behalf of the department, I extend my sincere thanks to various heads of JC Family for gracing the occasion. Our sincere thanks to all the delegates and authors of papers being presented at the conference online and offline. Special thanks to Dr. Anand S., Director, PG Studies, Research and Innovation, College of Banking and Financial Studies, Oman, Sultanate of Oman, and his colleagues who have sent paper from Sultanate of Oman, that is international paper from College of Banking and Financial Studies. My special thanks to media person for providing coverage of our program. My sincere thanks to Administrator of GC Family, Colonel Melville D'Souza sir, for gracing the occasion in his absence. It gives me immense pleasure to thank all my faculty colleagues, including MOC Madam, Professor Radhika Madam, and non-teaching staff of department and college for their contribution in organizing this event. Our heartfelt thanks to all the students of our MBA department, for their active involvement and participation. Last but not the least, it is my duty to thank all the persons who have directly and indirectly supported us in the organizing this conference. Thank you once again. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir, for those kind words of gratitude. This concludes the inaugural ceremony. I request all the dignitaries, guest speakers, and the delegates to join us for quick group photograph in the amphitheater. Also, the arrangement of tea is done just outside the auditorium. Kindly have your tea and assemble back in the auditorium for the next sessions. Thank you. Have a great day.
You are our organizing team. Please be the front, all of you. PG students. You should be the key takeaways. Circle. You saw the madam settle. Circle. Move in the front. Being a lady, she
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everybody present here. It's my pleasure to introduce Madam again, but with a small and brief introduction. Dr. Punyama Charantimat Madam has completed engineering from VVB College, Hooghly, then MSc in Management from University of West of England, United Kingdom, and then her PhD from Darwin, which is Kids University. Madam is a distinguished academician, consultant, and a thoughtful leader, having an experience of more than 30 years with her contributions to administration, teaching, research, consultancy, and many such things in engineering and management. Not to go ahead with the other things that Sir has already spoken about her, but still, Madam is also an author to various books and recently launched whatever you all know about it. Apart from that, Madam has got very distinguished and prestigious awards as well. Few of them to be noted here is the Association of the Overseas Scholarship by the Government of Japan, Distinguished Engineers Award, then the Achiever of the Year Award, Pioneer Faculty Member Award for promoting entrepreneurship, then the Women's Achiever Awards from Institution of Engineers, and many more. Madam continues to inspire and empower the next generation leaders through her unwavering commitment to excellence in education, research, and industry collaboration. Madam has also guided 5 PhD students. One among them is me. Thank you, Madam.
Welcome back again to the keynote address. Today I am talking on new India. The topic is already you can see. Before I start, I will tell you a story. Everybody likes a story. We all have grown up with listening to stories, grandmother stories, their stories. This is an interesting story on a business. Please listen carefully. There was one Mr. Sharma. He was having a brick and mortar shop, grocery shop. You know what is brick and mortar? Physical store he had in a city, reasonably big city, and he called that grocery shop Sharma and Sons. The business was okay. People used to come and buy grocery. Some people used to give credit. That is very common. They used to pay back when they get their salary. And he has a very good personal contact with the people who were buying from his grocery shop. The business was going okay. Not very big, not very small. It was making reasonable profit. Not great profit, reasonable. He had a son. His name was Anand. It is a real story I'm telling, but if you do changes I'm making. Anand used to see the business. He used to say, this business I'm seeing for almost 10 years. Same business. There is no change. There is no growth. Same thing. It is so complex. And he started thinking, how to improve this business? How to grow the business? How to make it scalable? how to make it sustainable, how to make it profitable. He started thinking from that angle. Then he told his father, this will not work. We should go to e-commerce platform. Then father also asked him, where is the investment? Well, how I can invest? Because e-commerce platform needs some investment to create a platform. Then they were able to find one angel investor. You know angels. Some angel investor known to their family, and then angels are within your circle only. They are not venture capitalists. He told, I will invest for your business. He invested. And he sit on their board. They started a small board. He started and he started guiding. He had a business acumen. So they started an e-commerce platform. Then they started a website and they started supplying through e-commerce platform, not one-to-one, using e-commerce platform. So their business grew. Only people who were coming from that area, the business became more scalable. They expanded their business. After first was 10 years he waited, son. But after 3 years, son said, lot of changes are happening in business environment. We need something more. Customers may need something more. He did a market study. Started market research because nowadays husband and wife working, everybody is busy. They want to have weekends in the house. They want to go and buy groceries. Sometimes in the morning suddenly you remember I need palak. So these things he understood the customer needs and he found exactly. Then he started a platform called as Q-commerce platform. Anything in 10 minutes. For that, they wanted an investor. They went to a venture capitalist. Venture capitalist said, yes, it's a sunrise industry. Q-commerce is a sunrise industry. I will invest. And he invested. They started a Q-commerce platform. Anything available in 10 minutes. They invested in hyper local deliveries and dark stores. You know, you need a dark store. And they started working on that and their business grew. Even one coconut also you order 10 minutes they used to get coconut. This is how the business landscape is changing because we live in a different environment. From first to 10 years, it took 10 years to change from traditional brick and mortar to e-commerce. Later on, within 3 years, they came with e-commerce. Because changing market need, changing customer requirements, the business changed, then they started expanding their business, e-commerce business. They created more employment, more revenue, more profit. Their business became sustainable because they invested in technology. They studied the business. They knew the amount how to manage, and that's why that is called as new age entrepreneurs. And now today they are working. They didn't leave their brick and mortar store. They are working on hybrid mode. 3 modes: brick and mortar, e-commerce, q-commerce. This is new age. Talking, we can't sustain our business by traditional type of models, business models. Today, business models are changing, customers are changing. That's why I'm introducing this point. You see the industrial revolution. I'll quickly take you to the industrial revolution. This slide is very important for all of you, whether you are an engineer, whether you are a business manager, whether you are a faculty, whether you are a researcher. Look at this. Industry 1.0, we call it as a first industrial revolution. It started in the year almost 1800. The second industrial revolution, after 100 years it came, we went for mass production, electric power and assembly. Second industrial revolution. Third industrial revolution, you see the timeline. Again next 100 years, we started industry 3.4. The computers came, automation came, production assembly lines came. Electronics was evolved. We started learning electronics. Look at the timeline. Industry 4.4 only took 10 years. From 2000, earlier the lead time was 100 years. Now within 10 years, Industry 4.4 came. Cyber physical system, IoT came, networking came, machine learning came. But industry 4.0 we have to cross because there are a lot of changes happening in the environment. Within next 10 years, 2020, industry 5.0 came. Human robot collaboration, cognitive system, high level of customization. Even in education, we say people need high level of every field you go, they want customization. Here, what I want to drive your attention is, you see here, which was taking 100 years, after 2000, just 10 years, the industrial revolution is happening. It is the lead time is decreasing. This is the change we all have to notice. What is industry 5.0? I mean, it is human centric. What is the difference between industry 4.0 and industry 5.0? Industry 5.0 is more human centric. Lot of integration is happening. Man, machine, physical, cyber systems. Sustainability is the keyword. That's why the conference is the word sustainability. Because we are in industry 5.0. Data analytics is new gold. Data analytics is data science, data analytics, analyst is a highly paid professional skill. Automation, we want to have zero defect, so we go better efficiency, more productivity. We are going for automation. Digitalization, India is king in digitalization, number one in digitalization. Even developed people are looking. Even our maid wants us to pay digital. Everybody wants digital. Even people who is cleaning, they want us to clean. Everybody, it is penetrated everywhere digital. We are the highest level of digitalization across the globe. Circular economy, I think all of you know circular economy. What is called recycling. Everything has to be recycled. Matter is neither created nor destroyed. Circular economy. No waste. Don't circular. Customizing. People want high level. I want some courses to do online. I look at some courses. I want high level of customization. I wanted to learn one thing. Prompt engineering I wanted to learn. This is most sought after field. I went to one website, simply learn. I learned basics on prompt engineering. So I want customization to learn to update my knowledge. Everywhere high level of customization. Cyber, we all work in cyber physical systems today. This is industry 5.0. I don't know when industry 6.0 will come to. Maybe just we don't know. We should get up because while we live in cover, the world is called today volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, difficult to predict. Agree? Lot of changes are happening. Lot of uncertainties are happening because of political, technological changes happening across the globe. If something happens in US, our Sensex will go down. If something happens in Europe, our gold price changes. So we live in a global village, so it is complex, ambiguous, uncertain, and volatile. What is this VUCA? Then you can ask me one question, Madam, we have to live in VUCA. I know you also know about how we have to sustain in VUCA. There is a solution. There is a book, if you get it time, you please read. We live in VUCA, but we can handle it. We can handle it. The beauty is we can handle it. Bob Johnson, a futurist from Silicon Valley Institute for the Future, from United States of America, provide counterparts that leaders can use from his book. What is the name of the book? Leaders Make the Future. He has written a beautiful book, Leaders Make the Future. He has given in his book how to deal with VUCA. For example, volatility, how you have to deal? You should have a future if you want to deal with volatility. Uncertainty, you have to understand the uncertainty if you want to deal with that. Complexity, you should have clarity. Sometimes you tell, I don't have any clarity. When you are teaching, when you are learning, when you are solving a problem, you can have clarity. Students also say, I don't have clarity. I write the exam, but I don't know. I will pass the exam and get first rank, but I don't know the clarity of embedded systems. Machine learning. No, I first percentage. But you don't have clarity. Ambiguity, you need agility. Agility to deal with ambiguity. This is a beautiful book written, and he has given how to deal with problem. Impact of problem. What is happening? We all live in power. We have no choice. We have to live because of annual changes happening in the business environment. Declining corporate longevity. The companies which were having 100 years are not there. Nirma was there. Nirma was Stakeholder. Almost Nirma is closing. Kotak has gone. GE Electric has taken a back seat. Nokia, which was top of the mobile phones, now iPhone has come up. Samsung is coming. Sony, which was ruling the TV market, it has come. See, the corporate declining, the life span of the corporates are decreasing. Earlier it was 50 years, now it is coming to 20 years. Who knows the longevity is maybe 10 years. This is happening. Rapid disruption in technology. Business models are changing. Just now I gave it how from traditional model we want to commerce. Commerce has come to second tier cities also. Jepto, blink it. By the time you blink it will come. That's why they call it as blink. Your order. Yes. Blink it. Gonzo. Swiggy, Instamart, all are quick commerce. Rapid disruption. Nobody is going to physical store. Some people have never go. Bangalore parking problem, they don't go out. Madam, you will do it. And sit and order. For example, if you want to prepare palak paneer at 9 o'clock, you can order at 8:30. Palak also will come, paneer also will come. In 10 minutes it will come. Palak will come, paneer will come, and you can prepare. You need not order 12 o'clock in the night. Morning only you can order with Q-commerce. Thanks to Q-commerce. Medicine, pharmacy, the advertise is there. Pharma is there. Never I thought we will get medicine. This happens. Investment in alternative energy. Now society is the word. People want green energy, non-conventional energy, solar energy, wind energy, electric energy. Electric energy also has some problems, of course, recycling and all. But people are thinking of alternative sources of energy. The rise of sharing economies. The best example I can give is Airbnb, Ola, Uber. They are not sharing economies. Correct? Somebody is designing the platform, somebody is driving. These are sharing economies. Unicorns are not rare. Earlier we used to have few unicorns. I'll come back to unicorns and corns will come later. Today India has crossed 100 unicorn club. Today we have 120 around 180 to 120 unicorns. Today. What is unicorn? I'll explain. Emergence of artificial intelligence, machine learning, neural networks, deep learning, generative AI, DeepSeek. DeepSeek, look at the DeepSeek. It is a startup. DeepSeek is a startup. 39-year-old founder in China with college interns. Yes, so startups are a big threat to corporate giants today. Do you agree or not? No, ChatGPT is shaking. It's scared looking at it. I'm not going to debate which is good or bad. The users know better. But remember, AI should be taken as a tool, not as your mentor. Some people are using AI as a mentor. Anything you want to do, you go to ChatGPT. Assignment ChatGPT. Article ChatGPT. AI should be used as an assistant, not as a mentor. Human intelligence is more than artificial intelligence. Agree or not? At least right now, we don't know. Focus on sustain. Everybody wants to focus on sustainability. How will focus on sustainability? I don't know how many of you know triple bottom line. One is profit, people, planet. That is mantra for sustainability. Take care of your profits. If you don't create wealth, you'll be out of business. Wealth creation is very important. Every business should make profit. P, first P, triple bottom line. Second P, take care of your people. Give employment to people. Take care of the community. So community support in your business is needed. Last but not least, take care of the planet. Every company is working on sustainability by triple bottom line. ITC is one company which is working on, they have sustainable report every year. Most of the companies, I think your company may be having the sustainable report. We have to publish. It is a mandatory. So where you take up three things, three P's. Profit, planet. Means planet should be sustainable. We can't leave the planet like this to the next generation. We should leave the sustainable planet. Look at the Delhi pollution. You can't breathe, you can't survive. People don't go to Delhi. Do you want such cities? Earlier Delhi was such a beautiful. People across the globe used to come to see Agra. No, people are scared. We don't want. We have got a clean planet. We are all polluting. These are three things. One, sustainable. New age entrepreneurship. What is difference between traditional entrepreneurship and new age? Today we are in new age entrepreneurship. It is a technology driven. We need technology. Innovation focused approach to business that leverages what? Digital platforms, sustainability, where you spoke about three, and agile methodology, not a rigid business model. Business models also should be agile. To create what? Scalable and impact oriented ventures. You have to create high impact, which will make a big difference. Yes, sir. Yeah. No, you are right. No, am I audible? Yes. What skills you need to live in cover? Madam, I was talking to you. These are the called as 21st century skills. What are those skills? Critical thinking is very important. When you think critically, you will have clarity of the problem. If you don't have clarity of the problem, you can't solve the problem. Agreed? Problem I should understand. For that, even for your placements, they will check your critical thinking. Whether you are critical. Critical thinking is generating questions, evaluating information and arguments, making corrections, identifying patterns, reasoning. There is a reasoning. Analytically you think, critically you think. That is first thing which we need, either for placement or for information. Second one is communication. Very important. How you communicate, maybe verbal communication, non-verbal communication, written communication. See, I am doing no verbal communication. If I communicate, you see good, better. Communication is very important for you. What is communication? Communication requires clarity of thought, clarity of language, correct? Proper use of words, voice modulation. Listening is also important. Body language, eye contact, gesture, posture. Correct? Written communication is also very important. How you write? Professionally, academically, these are very important. So communication is an important component which make a big difference in any business, in any sector. Citizenship. Here I am talking about global citizenship. What swimming pool has told in Same thing. We all live in local village. You should be able to understand the different cultures. Madam work with different people across global, across different cultures. How to work with Chinese, Japanese, Europeans, Americans. They have different cultures. Even in Europe, the culture is Spain, France. Today we need people who are able to work in global scenario, global scenario, across the cultures. Creativity. Because creativity will lead us innovation. You may be not get close to it. If you wanted to drink water, it was thirsty. If you see water, water was below. It puts pebbles, water will come up. It drinks water. Solve the problem. But when you commercial it becomes creativity will lead to out of box. Different way of thinking. Unconventional growth mindset. Some people have fixed mindset. They don't change. This is what I have done all these days. I will do that. I will not. Even teachers. I have been teaching for 20 years. Same 20-year notes I can't use. I will be out of business. Even in business, you need to change. For that you need growth mindset. Not collaborate. Today is a day of collaboration. Networking. Working, you should know how to work with people. Why people come to conference? I have met some people. Today, you can tell. Any other conference comes, you will ask, you are good in this, I am good in this. Why don't we join your everything? Collaboration. Even ventures, even startups. 2 to 3 people will start a startup in the beginning. There is no sole proprietorship. Collaboration. For that, you need emotional intelligence. You may be having high IQ, but EQ for working with team. Emotional intelligence that will help you for better collaboration. There are many skills I have taken. Top 6 skills which is required for don't work in isolation. I am telling everyone. If you want to write a paper, collaborate. Because there is a lot of synergy. Whole is more than some numbers. And you should know how to work in a team, not single. That has gone. That mindset has we will for share knowledge. Knowledge is free. So collaboration working is very important. And in your projects also, most of the engineering group projects, they will give more, they are more productive, they are more efficient because different ideas will come. Lot of brainstorming. What are the trends in the startup culture today? Disrupting the status quo. You are changing the status quo. This is happening like this, I will disrupt it in few years. Next one. Fostering the culture of innovation. Today, innovation is the keyword. Everybody has to innovate. If I am teaching, I have to innovate my teaching. If I am teaching, I have to innovate my curriculum. If I am teaching, I have to innovate my pedagogical tools or andrological tools. Access to funding, lot of funding is available. Funding is not a problem today if your idea is good. People are ready to fund. Earlier, funding was a problem. If you remember, Biocon Queen, Kiran Majumdar-Shaw was telling, I was a women entrepreneur. When I wanted to start a business, no bank was ready to finance. I started in a shed. Today, it is not. People are ready to finance. Finance is available, but idea, commitment, team is very important. Remember, we can embrace it. Today, a lot of technologies are available thanks to AI. We have no choice. We have to work with AI. Don't tell me you don't want AI. AI will be there and it will grow. But use it as an assistant, not as a. How friends opportunities for technical entrepreneurship in the digital age. We call it as digital age. Lot of technical entrepreneurs are coming in. You have to identify the problem. First thing in any entrepreneurship, you have a startup, you have to identify what is the problem. Use technology. Embrace disruption and agility. There were pleasant surprises and unpleasant surprises. Scaling is very important today. Continuous innovation. Innovation is a journey. It is not a station. That's why people invest in R&D. Even startups invest in R&D. I'm from BVP College of Engineering and Technology. If you go there, lot of big companies and Samsung and all, their R&D is in BVP. The professors are involved in R&D. Students are involved in startups. Most of the big businesses, they have R&D in very big business school or engineering college because it is Harvard or modern Stanford. You know, all businesses in US, San Jose, what we call, or in California, they all started in academic institutions in collaboration with either Harvard, Stanford. They are not individually started. With collaboration with professors from Harvard, MIT, Stanford. Navigating regulatory and ethical changes. You have to understand what is the regulatory framework and ethical changes. What is the trend disrupting the technology? Artificial intelligence, machine learning, Internet of Things, because Industry 5.0. Augmented reality, virtual reality, blockchain. These are the things which are making difference in business. What are the global hubs for startups? The first one is San Francisco Bay Area. If you go to Bay Area, it is flooded with startups. And failure is also celebrated there. Failure is not taken as a setback. Failure is taken as stepping stone to success. Many people fail, but they will not stop. Endurance. They will look forward. Okay, they will close, they will start. And serial entrepreneurship is very common in the because I met Gururaj Deshpande because I have an opportunity to work with Deshpande's company. He was telling, don't take risk there, Bay Area, and they don't take failure as a stigma. They celebrate also. Because I feel I'm going forward. Endurance. Second one, where it is the Israel. Lot of agricultural technological developments are happening in Israel. It is also known for bad reasons. Let us not discuss. Israel, if you go agriculture, technology is awesome. Third is Berlin from Germany. Fourth is our Bangalore startup tech hub. We are in the top 5 startup ecosystem. Last but not least. Okay, today marketing is very easy. I need not go and sell at every house. How to market? I start a business. My product is good. But how do I market? Thanks to technology. I have to build brand. It is intangible. That's what Sachin Sabnis sir was telling in the morning. Don't invest on physical assets. Intangible. Brand is an intangible asset. Do you agree or not? Brand is an intangible. So many products we use because of brand. Agree? I buy this product because I love this brand. Brand building is also a business. There are so many people help you to build brands. So many startups help you to build brands. Leveraging influencer marketing. Today we use a lot of influencers for marketing. All celebrities do influencer. Virat Kohli. Correct? He does a lot of influencer marketing. Increasing credibility and trust in the brand is very important. Driving user engagement. You call user and talk to him. There are a lot of podcasts are there to find out user engagement. Targeting niche market, high-end markets. Luxury brand is a niche market. Luxury watches are good. Tata has its niche markets in luxury segment. I don't know how many of you know. Cost effective digital marketing. People go for social media marketing and digital. Today it has become a big thing to market for startups. What are the investments available if I want to start my startup? First one is I can go for venture capital funding. I think before first I go for angel investors. I have written second, but I will go for angel investors first. Then I will go for venture capitalist. Crowdfunding has also become. Crowdfunding, I think. I will not go and explain each one because of the time constraint, because I am looking at my watch. Corporate venture capitalists are there, which are financing companies like Byju's, which are financing all big companies. Redbus, which was financed by corporate venture. Foreign investors are there in all these companies. Government grants and incentives are there. I don't know how many of you have studied government grants and incentives. Recently, in my BBB College Engineering and Technology, KLE Tech International Alumni Meet, I met our past industrial Nirani sir, minister. He was telling, madam, the problem is government is giving so many incentives to startups. People don't know how to take it. People don't have awareness. I will just quickly show there are most common 10 incentives provided by government. Like Startup India, e-business portal, Adult Incubation Center, Mudra, software technology park. All these are government schemes. People are not knowing how to avail this. If you want, I will give the PPT. Madam, don't worry. Please, I will send the PPT. And it will be shared. No. Right. Well, I'm happy you are interested to take the screenshots. I'll share the PPT because I have seen time constraint. I'm little scared about it. The characteristic of new age entrepreneurs. What are the characteristics of new age? They are driven by technology. Unless old, they are investing in innovation, they know there is disruption. It is not a unpleasant thing. They are ready. Sustainability and they want to make a social impact. They want to have a global reach and remote work is very common today. Madam wants to have a remote work. She has client across the globe. Remote work. Alternative funding and lean growth. People are talking about lean. Everywhere they want lean business model. Lean business model. Everybody wants to be lean. Even Modi ji is telling, don't eat fried things. India should not become obese. I think in a few days, everybody should be lean. Body should be lean. Business should be lean. New age entrepreneurs are giving rise to new age organizations. Organization, they have business, they have purpose, they have mission, they have purpose. Today, all organizations. Leadership with values and compassion. Ratan Tata, great leader with compassion. Compassion is more than empathy. Correct? Compassion. Companies form alliances and compete globally. Joint ventures, mergers, acquisitions are norms today. Focus on triple bottom line. I will not repeat it. Please. Companies are flat. There is no high road. Everybody is sitting at the same level. The reporting is also changed. Everybody is sitting at the same level. They eat at the same level in the canteen. There is no high road. Adopt with lean principles and agility. They are lean. Secure funding, crowdfunding, angel investors, government, venture capitalists, even they go for IPOs. If they want to have more, they go for IPO. Initial public offering. Incubated. Most startups are incubated in incubation center, grow in accelerators, business accelerators. they have mentors. You take any startup, they have mentors. They have business coach. Earlier it was not. They start in incubator, they grow in business accelerator, then they have a mentor. Startup, talent and innovation challenge corporate times. Do you agree? Best example is DeepSeek. That GE is also the best example. Now it is threatened by startups. Intel was ruling the market. Now it has competitors. It is losing market share. Try to understand. Rapid disruption is new one. It is nothing a great surprise. Some case studies I will tell you. Airbnb, what it did? It disrupted the hospitality industry. When I went to Singapore, I stayed in Airbnb. I didn't go to a hotel. Hotels are very expensive in Singapore. Uber transformed the transportation industry. So easy, Uber. Ola. Netflix disrupted the entertainment industry. I can see any movie. Nowadays, we are not much going to theater unless there's something great things coming. Java. We don't know. Because a lot of war and is there. We want to see a different screen. But today, home theaters are also there. Netflix is there. Entertainment industry is there. Tesla, it has revolutionized the automotive industry with electric vehicles. Instagram disrupted the photo sharing and social media industry. Beyond Meat disrupted the food industry by producing plant-based meat. Agree? Everybody is talking about sustainability. Morning even subways was even I have written in my book the 17 sustainable growth. Agree? Everybody is right. But they have put in 3 verticals. ESG framework we call environment, social, governance. Same 17 and we have to achieve all these 17. Sustainability we have written, but we need to work to achieve the sustainable development goals. Why? We want this planet should become sustainable. Agree? Global warming, threat. Climate change is a threat. So, we have to work on this. India's startup ecosystem, I have taken 2024 statistics because 2025 is not really reported properly. 5th largest economy, India. After US, China, Japan, Germany, Japan. Next is UK. Our GDP is $4.27 trillion and third largest startup ecosystem. After US and China, we are the third ecosystem. Demography, beautiful. India is the youngest country in the world. You go to Japan, old country. Europe, no working population. That is what. But we need to channelize everybody's energy. This is the challenge for India. We have to develop talent. We have to develop entrepreneurs. We have to develop entrepreneurs. Government cannot give jobs to everybody. This is a big challenge. It's an opportunity as well as challenge. Over 98,000 registered startups. Unicorns. India has more than 180 unicorns as of 2020. Karnataka has given released the industrial policy and it is talking about beyond Bangalore to develop startups in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Emergence of student entrepreneurs. What is studentpreneurship? Student and entrepreneurship both are married and it is called as student. What is studentpreneurship? Simple language. When you are student only, when you are also involved in startup creation, you got student. That's all. Very simple. On the campus only with startup is going on. You are studying academics is also going on, your startup is also going on. With the support of the institute and with the mentor of some mentors from industry, mentor from your professors. This is student. Why studentpreneurship? You may ask me. Practical learning. You are going to higher level of doing things. Create, analyze, evaluate. We develop problem solving skills, leadership and finance skills. Very important. Innovation and creativity. New product development, improving the existing product, R&D support, economic impact, and contribute to local economy. You build resilience, adaptability. Students become adaptable, agile. Low cost of fees. When you start on the campus, low cost startups. They are not high investment startups. How to promote students? You can ask me, madam, you are talking so much. How I should do in my institute? Number one, integrate entrepreneurship in the curriculum across the domain, across the department. It is not only for MBA, for everyone. Interdisciplinary. Because entrepreneurship itself is interdisciplinary. Establish incubation and innovation centers. Foster entrepreneurial culture and mindset. That's what I was talking to madam in the morning. Mindset is very important. Mentorship. You can ask Nilesh sir to come and mentor once in a month. They can mentor. And one faculty coordinator. For that sort. This is happening in all IITs. In BITS Pilani, it is happening. Providing financial support, some seed funding. Once you provide seed funding, when you have a pilot product, you get government funding also. It becomes easier. Thank God, submit service there. You can tell my product is good, sir. Why don't you get some government? We know how to lead. What a strong leader submits service. What networking he has got. He may help, but idea should be there. Pilot product should be there. Everything in there. Encourage research and come. Research is the foundation for entrepreneurship. Because research will lead to innovation. Innovation is commercialization. Startup growth. Organizing entrepreneurship competition, business plan competition, hackathon, idea programs, business idea tech programs. Policy support and recognition for students, and college also can give seed money. These are students. These are today not students, but they started when they were students. Let us see PTM Vijay Shankar Sharma, when he was a student in the university, he started that. Now he is not a student, but when he was a student in the college. Dinesh Arora, founder and CEO of Tech Security. It is cyber security. Tilak Mehta, 13 years old, he started this one. Tilak Mehta started a company, Global Child Pedagogy. He started and he got an award for that company. Baiju Ravindran started when he was in school by giving tuitions. He started this company. In college. Ritish Agrawal started when he was a student. Akhilesh Sahu started when he was a student. These all are students. Facebook. Have you seen a movie? The network, the social network, 2010 it was released. It is the story of Facebook. How he started Facebook on the Harvard campus. Just for social networking. Now it is a Airbnb. Also student entrepreneurs. Michael Dell Computers. Snapchat. These two student entrepreneurs started. They are from abroad. Starting Neversky. Ben Francis starting Gymshark. It is gymnasium he started. And now it is a big brand for gymnasiums. These are all student entrepreneurs. These are from India. These are from outside. Top 5 startup today. E-commerce, Q-commerce, retail, information technology, software, healthcare, pharmaceuticals, renewable energy, fintech. Or that all is simply data analysis. Top 10 businesses in the year 2025. Number 1, EV charging station. AI-powered content creation, online coaching, e-learning, sustainable products, cloud kitchen, pet care. Because now people don't want children, they want pets. So they like pets more than their children. Organic farming, social media marketing, fitness has become priority. Everybody wants to fit, look like a Virat Kohli, Anushka Sharma. Fitness trend, virtual wellness coaching. Virtual wellness is important. Even mental health is also becoming important. User core resale is also becoming important. These are top 10 businesses. This is principles of effectuation. I was talking to Dr. Saraswati. She has given 5 principles for startups. I just not go in detail. First principle, bird in hand principle. Do what you want with what you have. Don't think I want 1 crore investment. Have this much, bird in hand. Do what you want with what you have. Second, affordable loss. How much I can lose? Maximum. Crazy quilt principle. That is net worth. Crazy quilt, you know, no? Lemonade principle. You should be ready to face pleasant and unpleasant surprises. Last one, pilot in plane. Take control of the organization. These are 5 principles she has given. These are the examples, case studies which have developed on effectuation principle. One is Infosys. Infosys started in a room, $250. That's all. Affordable, yes. Airbnb, Bird in Hand and Pitch, Patchwork Quilt. Zomato, Bird in Hand Lemonade, started by Jitendra Goyal, Pankaj, Paytm, Vijay Shankar Prakash, Sharma, Lemonade and all. They all startups use these principles. Don't think when I get money I will start. Facebook, to control. You see that movie beautifully. I have read the reviews, but better you see the movie. These are the companies which started. I was talking about cars, mini car. What is this car? I start as a mini car, my company. My net worth is greater than $1 million. When my company net worth is this much, I call it as a mini car. Yes. I will graduate to Sonica when I am near $1 billion net worth of the company. I will become unicorn when I am greater than $1 billion net worth. These are the business languages. I become decacron when my company's net worth is greater than $10 billion. I graduate to heptatron when my net worth is greater than. And this is how companies go from startup to mega. These are the terminology used. From startup to growth. Myths of entrepreneurship. These are myths. Entrepreneurs are born, not made. Some people will tell, entrepreneurs is not in my blood. Is there anything blood test for entrepreneurs? Today anybody can be entrepreneur. And Narayanamurthy is not from a business family. We earlier people used to only Gujaratis and Marwadis. Here anybody can come. The people who are new age entrepreneurs are not Gujarati. Anybody can. They are not born. They can be. All you need is money to be an entrepreneur is a myth. You have a great idea. You have a good team. You need to have a passion. All you need is love to be an entrepreneur. Sometimes people say he is lucky. That's why he became. He has worked for it. He was passionate. Entrepreneurs are overnight success is a myth. I will not take more than 2 minutes. You need groundbreaking idea. There is nothing like groundbreaking idea. Entrepreneurship guarantee wealth. No. Entrepreneurship may not guarantee also. It's a journey. May guarantee or may not guarantee. But you need to take a calculation. Entrepreneurs don't fit an ideal profile. Having no boss is critical. I'm not reporting to anybody. Nobody is there to question. Great fun. It's 24/7. You are accountable to all these stakeholders. My best friend will be a good business partner. A great idea is the only ingredient in a recipe of business economy. You need a passion, you need a good team, you need investment. Why entrepreneurial education? It is NEP 2020 aligned, correct? Because NEP tells you should have entrepreneurial education. It helps in accreditation too. It helps in accreditation, NPN Act. It helps in ranking, correct? It helps in rating. It helps in reputation. It helps in gives in career. All the happens when you start a business. You do not look for a job. You are already created a job. Startups. See, this is trust area. I will only tell research, innovation, and entrepreneurship is a trust area for NEP 2020. Got it? This is NEP 2020 trust area. That's success. This is my book, which was launched today. This is available. You can order from Notion Press Store. This is the link to order the book. I have given that link. You go to Notion Press Store. Online, you can order the books. It will come to your doorstep. This is the book. It is available in India, Singapore, Malaysia, and Egypt. He has given forward for the book. Raman Gujarat, Regional Director, because he also gave me very good valuable suggestion when I was writing the book. So he has written forward. He is from Entrepreneurial Development Institute of India. He has given relevant feedback. These are the people, great people who have read the book and given recommendation for my book. One is a CA, one is Ananta Prasad from Atal Incubation Center, Vita Dixit. Ramchandra Prabhu, he lives in Austria. Chartered accountant. This is the course. 6 modules are there in the course. You can make it as a value-added course. You can reach the higher level of Bloom's taxonomy if you adopt it. Don't do for remember, understand, apply. You can go for analyze, evaluate, and create. That type of tools are developed in the book. The success of any entrepreneur will be key to India's transformation in the new age. Abdul Kalam, he said, if youth work with this spirit, I can do it, we can do it. And India can do it. Nothing can stop India from becoming a developed country. Even his vision was 2020 he wanted India to be a developed nation. Unfortunately, we have not become. That's why Modi ji has given different vision now. Because we have missed the train. So, Vikasita Bharat 2047, the pathway to develop the country. So, we want entrepreneurs, we want entrepreneurial mindset, we need innovation, we need research to make India developed nation. This is all for today. Thank you very much. I have taken more time, but I was given 1 hour, but I started late, so I have justified. Thank you for inviting me. But I may not be there in the year 2047, but I want all of you should live in developed India by entrepreneurial mindset and using your energy in right direction to create a developed India. This is the message I want to give to all of you. Thank you very much.
Madam, thank you. That was a very excellent talk. You spoke about the 21st century skills required, about critical thinking, creativity, youth mindset, and having collaboration. And also you spoke about funding and innovation. Plus you spoke about the failure, how failure is important. Like a person who has never failed means has learned nothing. So thank you, madam, on giving out our audience with such a beautiful talk. I hope everybody found some of the other takeaway home today. The session is open for any questions towards madam. If anybody wants to ask any questions, free to ask, please.
Anyone?
I would rather ask how to get funding from the government for my startup.
Any questions? Madam,
She can provide me the pathway, no?
sorry?
Madam can provide me the pathway to get the funding from the government. Any questions?
Anybody wants to ask one question? Anybody wants to ask? No questions? Madam, you have any questions? You are very clear. You are not clear.
Okay, yeah, fine then. Thank you. We proceed towards lunch. Okay, fine. Okay, done. Thank you.
I request all my dear students, don't go outside. Be seated in your seat.
So, Anand, am I audible to you? I'm going to be total. Namaste. Dr. Anand, I'm Dr. Vaibhav Beelgowda. I'll just introduce you with brief introduction about you and then we'll start the session. Am I audible to you?
Yeah, you are audible. Hope I am also audible to you all.
Yes. Very good afternoon to everyone. We have with us online Dr. Anand S., the Director, PG Studies, Research and Innovation, College of Banking and Financial Studies, Muscat, Sultanate of Oman. Sir, I welcome you for this technical session on the topic Sustainable Banking in Digital Age, Balancing Innovation, Inclusion, and Green Finance. For the second international conference, I welcome you, sir, on the recent trends in business management, technology, banking, finance, and insurance towards sustainable growth future. With this little introduction, I request Dr. Shrikant Subur, sir, to give a detailed introduction of Dr. Anand S. Please, sir.
Sir, I will not take much time, just 2 minutes time I will take. Good afternoon, delegates and my dear students. I am very happy to introduce today's resource persons of our second international conference. First, invite talk, Dr. Anand S., Both Director for Postgraduate Studies, Research and Innovation Department, College of Banking and Financial Studies. Presently, Dr. Anand S. is a Doctor of Finance with more than 33 years of expertise in management education and administration. He is currently an associate professor and the director of postgraduate studies in the Research and Innovation Department at the College of Banking and Financial Studies, Muscat. Previously, he served at the College of Applied Science, Saleha Goa Institute of Management and LIC Mutual Fund, India. He is an adjunct professor at Manipal University, India, and was a visiting professor at leading business schools in Dubai, Germany, and India. He has published around 50 research papers in international journals and presented around 50 research papers at global conferences. Recently, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India selected his research paper on what factors drive the adoption of digital banking for the ICAI International Research Awards 2020 as the second best research paper. His research paper in mutual funds was one of the top 10 downloaded papers in the SSRN e-library. He has written books on mutual funds, mergers, acquisitions, financial systems, and commercial banking. He has edited 5 books which were published in Springer publication. He is an associate editor for Sage Publication, International Journal, Business Perspective and Research. He is also a book editor of Sustainable Business Practices published by CRC, Taylor and Frank's Group. He is also a guest editor, member of the editorial board and reviewer for referred international journals. He also served as a member of the subject expert committee to review MBA, BBA curriculum in some of the state universities in India and Oman. He has successfully organized many management development programs for leading companies, namely Oman, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Rysat, Cements, Saleha, Methodon, a different organizations. Sir has expertise. With this small introduction, sir, I once again welcome you and I request you to address the guests.
Thank you. Namaste to all. Thank you, Mr. Srikanth, for introduction. At the outset, I also thank the Jain College of Engineering and also Department of MBA for giving me an opportunity to share whatever little knowledge I have in this August gathering. Without much delay, I will straight away move on to my today's talk. I have one worry actually. So in Kannada, there is one saying that I think many of you know Kannada here. I think it's Kannadigan in India, but I will tell it in English. So in family, nobody should born as a first son, and for a conference, nobody should go as a last speaker because the first person will be having a lot of responsibility, and the last speaker may be having a lot of rejection because the most important event is waiting for you. That is lunch. I think it's already 1:30 over there, so I will not take much time. I will not take your lunch time also because I am also scared. So normally going in front of the hungry tigers and also hungry people very difficult. So that's why that I will be in my mind. I am in my mind, and Dr. Srikanth, you have a good freedom to shut my mouth any point of time. Okay, you have a good freedom. So with this agreement, I will move forward and it's okay. Fine. So I will share straight away my screen. I think I have a permission for that.
Sir, you can share the screen.
Yeah, I am sharing it. Please confirm me whether it is visible or not. Is that visible?
Yes, sir,
now?
visible, sir. Visible. Visible.
Okay, fine. Right. So as you know, my today's presentation is about the sustainability. That is the most of the word and most important word also in today's time. So I will see. This is the picture I got it in my today's screen, my laptop screen. Every day the screen is keep changing. I saw this screen today. It's very relevant to my today's discussion, so that's why I thought I can share it. Can anybody make what is this? Okay, it's not a live session, interactive session. I will go live. So this it's a very relevant. I consider if there is no concept of sustainability, like today we have to bring whatever we do, we have to think of sustainability. If we don't think of sustainability, what happens? You can see this monkey is sitting on some monkey's head actually. So what does it mean? What does it represent? Like if we don't think of sustainability, that monkey which is live, you can see there, that is our next generation monkey. So the next generation monkey will sit on us. Right now, you can see the greenery around, and if we don't think of sustainability, the next generation monkey will sit on us looking at only red. There is no green at all. So that is why this screenshot I liked very much. I thought I should share before I would deliver my talk. So the sustainability should be there in our mind, deep root of our mind in the ecosystem. Otherwise, what's going to happen is we are going to give up this planet, which is of no use for the next generation. And don't worry about my table of content. So I know how to make it longer and I know how to make it shorter also. So this is what I have planned to deliver in my today's discussion, but I will make it a very small and crisp. So coming to the introductory part. So today you know that in olden days in Kannada we used to say "E Jivana, E Samsara, E E Bandhana." Everything we are saying, everything we start with E. E Samsara, E Janma, E. Everything we say like that E. E is always attached. So today also our life is attached with E, but not that E. So today our life is attached with electronic. Electronic, you can see e-business, e-banking, everything you can say E. So the E is the same, but the relevance of E is changing. So today, why financial sector has undergone every sector, not just financial sector, I must say. So the entire business sector, entire world has changed drastically and dramatically in recent world, in recent days. Same because of the same E, but the concept of E has changed. That is called electronic revolution. So now, as a result of that, you can see digital banking, financial, fintech, innovation, and green financing. These are the latest aspects which has changed the entire operating style, mechanism of banking activities. That has created a better opportunity for the operation. At the same time, that has also created more challenges. Let's understand how this has posed the challenge. Number one is how banks can rebalance innovation with sustainability. So on the one hand, we are talking about innovation. On the other hand, we are talking about sustainability. Which is more important? Both are equally important. So then how we can go forward? Only by way of balancing innovation and sustainability. Sometimes innovation may go against the sustainability. So now we have to think of whether it is like water. So if water is consumed, you add something to the water, then what will be the result? That depends upon what you are adding into the water. Like, you can add water, you can add milk or alcohol. So if you add milk, then that will give a good result. And if you add alcohol, I must say, for me, I'm a cheap people, I should say, it's going to give a different result. Then coming to the second important challenge, how we can ensure the banking services that is inclusive and ethical. Like for example, you know that in, the current generation may not aware of that. In olden days, the bank is only rich people. The lowest category of the people, the bank is a dream. The bank is only a rich people business. So that's the reason. So in olden days, you are not aware of this. So if a poor man enters into the bank, you are not given any importance. So that's the kind of inclusiveness we have. Today, because of lot of technological revolution, governmental regulations, the inclusiveness has been increased. So still, I can give you my subsequent slide. So the inclusiveness is an important matter. And again, how well you are ethically conducting your business. So sometimes ethical is like it's a show of peace sometimes. So from the front, I will wear tie coat, everything. I will look so beautiful and handsome and so professional. But behind, I may be practicing other things. So that is why we have to make an ethical balance. So today's world needs a sustainable leader who is focusing for sustainability, who is focusing for ethical leadership. So today we need ethical leadership. My dear friends, the MBA Institute of Jain College of Engineering should focus and should bring ethicality aspects in their teaching and learning so that ethical leader is the need of the future. And coming to the important challenge here is climate action and economic resilience. Like how the financial institution contribute for the climate action and economic resilience. That's also important aspect. So in our today's discussion, we will discuss, or else we can have a broad view of these things in the next 2 minutes. So now coming to the what is this topic today? So why this topic? Why I have been telling from the beginning sustainability, why this matter is so important, because urgency of sustainable banking, because sustainability is required everywhere. But today I am making as a prefix for a banking. So you can see sustainable business, sustainable education, sustainable government, everywhere sustainability should be there. My today's prefix is sustainable for banking, so sustainable banking. So why that sustainable banking is the topic or matter of the day? Because the banking industry plays a critical role, no doubt about it. So a growth of the economy depends upon how well the banking sector, the financial sector, dynamic, and how well they are contributing to the economy. Basically, you know that there are two types of people in an economy. One type of people is saver, another type of people is seeker. So the saver may be having money, but they don't have ideas. And seeker of money may be having idea, but they don't have money. So now if these two people are connected, saver and the seeker, so 100 real of my savings, if it goes to a business or a person who needs it, so that what happens, my 100 real I have in my pocket, still it will be 100 real, even after 1 year it may be less also in terms of inflation. If my 100 rupees goes to a person who needs it and who invests it, my 100 rupees becomes 200 rupees next year, so that I will also get benefit because I will get interest, and the businessman will also get benefit, they will get profit out of my money, and government will also get benefits because they will get tax. And people like you will also get benefit because you will get a job opportunities because it's going to consume the factors of production out of my money. So there is no doubt the banking sector are connecting these two people, savers of the money and seekers of the money, so that the economic activity will be happening in the economy and the economy will be vibrant and it will contribute to the GDP. So now the question here is, how my money, so I will keep my money as a deposit in the bank. So that money will go to the lending process and that will go to the investor. So in the later stage. So my 100 rupees of deposits in a bank, how it has been utilized in the business, that is the matter. So my 100 rupees which is there in the bank should go for an ethical business, should go for a sustainable business. So that is the concern. So that is where the role of bank comes. So today the banks makes a critical investment decisions that will affect economy and society as well as industries. Take the example here, I am just showing quickly. So the climate change and financial risk is one of the important aspects. The rising temperature, it's very clear. Last week, I am from the coastal part of Karnataka, Udupi. So I was told that last week, highest ever temperature, that is 40 degrees plus, the local government has announced that people don't go out. That used to happen in the place where I am staying here. I'm in Muscat, Oman. It's a desert area. So here it is, for us it is not a big deal, it's a common thing. But how it happened in coastal part of Karnataka, 40 degree plus, that's a big challenge, that's because of climate change. So that if that happens continuously, then the green land becomes desert over a period of time. So why that is happening? Because my money which is contributed to the bank, it has been moved for some activities which is against the nature. This is where I should take responsibility. This is where the bank should take responsibility. So if money goes for such activities which is against the nature, so then what is going to happen? The picture, the slide which I have shown in the beginning, the monkey sitting on the ancestors. So please understand here, so the temperature is a very important thing. Like how the temperature climate has changed because my money has gone for a business activity which is unethical, which is not sustainable. So that's the reason extreme weather events cost globally $313 billion as per the recent study in 2023. Today it is 2025, the figure may be more here. Exactly. So why that much of the cost or loss happened to the globe? Because of we are not concerning about climate issues. The second one is global exclusion. So I said inclusion. Inclusion is what all the people should come under the ambit of the banking. So we should have a banking habit. But still 1.4 billion adults remain unbanked across the world. They don't have an access for savings and they don't have an access for credit and they don't can contribute to the economic growth. Like for example, in the village, in the olden days, there are so many artisans are there. They can do wonders. They can make so many handicraft work. So if they have not been financed and if they don't have money, so then what happens? This skill remains skill. So how can we convert these people skill into a business? That's where the finance comes. So the adult, if you look at the 2023 World Bank report, 1.4 billion adults still unbanked. They don't have an access for money. They don't have access for finance. And this is where how can we bring equality and equity among the people? So that is another important. So this is where the bank should bring more people and more people. And one fine day it should be 100%. So there should be zero people. Zero people they have been denied for banking. So 100% of the people should come for the habit of the bank. And another one is comes regulatory pressure. That's another important aspect. So the regulations like EU Green Bond Standard 2024 push the bank forward. The governments are pushing and the regulations are pushing to bring ESG standard in their banking practices. So ESG practices should be there in the banking practice also. For that, the regulations are in place. Then. So similarly, so the role of digital banking in sustainability is what? While digital banking has revolutionized financial services, it also has some risk. The risk number one is cyber security threat. No need to explain, everybody knows that. So ultimately the threat is there, but we have to give an weight. So this threat should be minimized and we have to handle this. So we have to handle this. So it does not mean that just because of cyber threat we cannot go for sustainable banking practices, digital banking practices. It should threat will be there. You have to handle it. And ethical AI concerns, like for example, hacking are happening. So now my accounts, like for example, more and more digitalization happens. My data is available globally, so anybody can access my data. So for example, how much money I have, my bank knows. You may not be knowing how much money you have. I don't know, but your bank knows. So, in what trust, in what way I can trust the bank? They can, breach the agreement and they can share the data. So this is where the trust comes. If if the people lose the trust with the banking system, then because of the unethical practices, then the whole economy will collapse. Please understand, if I lose the trust in a bank, then people will withdraw the money. So the moment the people lose the trust, bank or economy, then the economy will collapse. So that is why this is another important concern and ultimately the digital exclusion. So everybody should come under the digital. It's not only financial inclusion, we should also bring digital inclusion. This is an important, the important challenge. So now coming to the point, thus the key questions here are that can bank drive innovation while ensuring three important aspects: sustainability, financial inclusion, and ethical banking practice. So these are the key questions that we have to ask the bank. That is, we have to bring innovation. When you bring innovation, please consider sustainability in your action, financial inclusion in your action, and ethical aspects in your banking practice. So these are the key concerns we have to show. So let's move on to the section number 1. So under the section number 1, we are going to discuss about rise of sustainable banking practices. So quickly, let's have a quick look about what is sustainable banking. So the sustainable banking basically integrates economic, environmental, and social responsibility into financial decision making. So, for example, yesterday when I used to teach finance, how do we make decision? The decision is what? You have to take the risk of risk of the what, and you have to take the return of that. So you will compare risk and return. If the return is more, the risk is less, then we will accept that project. So normally, how do you accept a project? How do you make decisions? Take the quantify the returns of the project, quantify the risk of the project. If the return is more, risk is less, means R is greater than expenses, then you will call it as a profit. Means if in any project, if you feel that it is profitable, you are going to take a decision. That time has gone on. So today the decision is taken not just looking at the profit, we have to consider some other aspects also. What is the impact of that profit on the economy? What is the impact of that profit on the society? So that's why we are calling it as social impact. So we have to consider three dimensions in making decisions: risk, return, and the social impact. If the profit is going to create a negative social impact, we don't need such business. A business which is going to create millions of dollars, whereas it is going to make a millions of dollars loss to the environment, loss to the climate, do we need such business? This is the question. So that's why we have to take three important parameters in making any decision: risk, return, and the social impact. That is what the first sentence you can see. So we have to integrate economic, environmental, social responsibility in making financial decisions. These are the most important aspects. And then we have to see the long-term stability, green financing. So what is the answer for this? The answer for this is we have to look at the long-term sustainability, stability, green finance, and ethical investment. These are the answers for that. We should not only focus on short-term profit, we should also focus on economic stability, green finance, and ethical investment. Now let's have a quick look about what exactly sustainability banking. So that's what I have been telling. Sustainable banking is the sustainable is the prefix in everything today. So I'm taking the function as business and sustainable business. Just the big banking. So what is sustainable banking? The sustainable banking will have a four important pillars. The pillar number one is that is green finance. The pillar number two is ethical lending. Number three is financial inclusion, and number four is sustainable operation. Okay. So now, what exactly green financing? Green financing is nothing but investment lending to the renewable energy, clean technology, climate-friendly projects. As I told you, my 100 rupees will go to bank, and your 100 rupees will also go to bank. The banker or the dealer of money. So everybody, 100 rupees will come to the bank, and that becomes millions of dollars or millions of rupees. So these millions of rupees should go for what? This should go for green financing projects, which is not hazardous to the nature, which is friendly with the nature. So that's why we come up with a new concept that's called green bond for solar and wind projects. This is just an example. And what is ethical lending? Ethical lending is avoiding financing to harmful industries like fossil fuels, arm and manufacturing. See, my money will go to an industry which is manufacturing arms and ammunition. These arms and ammunition will be sold to somebody else, and that arms and ammunition tomorrow going to kill me. Right? Do we need such business? See, look at that case. My money goes to bank, and bank has lent that money to a company which is manufacturing AK-47 or atom bomb, and that same atom bomb or same AK-47 will be purchased by somebody else, and he used to be. What is the use of such business? So that is why this is called ethical lending. So banks should take very careful whether the money given as a loan is going for ethical business or not. It is the answer is no coal powered plants. Just an example. Similarly, what is financial inclusion? The financial inclusion means expanding the services to the undeserved and rural areas. Means, as I told you in the beginning, in olden days, the poor people entering into a bank, entering a poor for people to a bank is a dream actually. So it should not happen. There should be equality. So there is no difference between everybody is human being, whether he is rich or poor, whether he is white or black. So that's a different. So everybody should have an access for the finance. So that's where the equality comes. So mobile banking, even for low income people, should also see. What I'm trying to say is the banking habit or the culture of banking should be there. Everyone in the economy. It is not one or two people. And ultimately, the operations should be sustainable. The banking operations should be sustainable. Whatever they do, it should create a concept of sustainability. For example, whatever I do, I should reduce the carbon footprint through paperless banking, energy efficient branches. Energy efficient branches means what? Energy efficient branches means it is running into automated branches. Minimum hazards to the nature. So they consume less water, less power, less resources, and they will provide more output. So that's what reducing carbon. For example, digital banking platform is going to reduce the carbon footprint. For example, earlier you used to get paper statements. Everything is paper based. Today, there is nothing paper based. Even I can open a bank account sitting in Muscat, in Bangalore or somewhere else. How can I do it? Everything is digital. So everything is in olden days, you know that to open a bank account, this was 10, 15 pages of application were to submit. See, each application 10, 15 into number of accounts, how much tree we want to cut, right? So that's why the paperless office is one of the best examples for sustainable banking. So here we can quickly take some example here. S Bank India lending green. S Bank has introduced a system of in 2015 that is the first bank in India that has introduced green bond. $150 million green bond. It has been used for a sustainable renewable finance project. Today, it has the same project which has financed in 2015, which is and today the same bank is financed over 2 gigawatt solar plants and wind energy projects. So these are economic friendly. Like for example, these kind of projects is going to preserve this planet. So if my money goes to such project, less amount of harm to the environment. So let's have a quick look about the global trend of financial banking. So the global trend goes like this. Number one, the awareness of ESG investment is increasing. If you look at recently there was a study has been conducted in the Nasdaq stock market. The company which is compliant to ESG has created a very sustainable and stable return. So similarly, ESG concepts, environment, social and governance concept investment has grown from 10 trillion in 2015 to 40 trillion in 2022, which means there is a growing attraction for ESG based investment. That's happening in India also. You can see even in mutual fund also, there are some mutual fund schemes they are coming with the exclusive, it's a thematic fund, so they invest, they buy the equity shares which is having ESG business. And major second comes customer preference. Now people, the students who are sitting in front of me right now, they are all coming under the generation Z category. So you people are generation Z category people. So the generation Z category people are more aware, having more awareness about the climate. They would like to pay more money for such product which is having economic training. You know that here in Oman, people, there are some, you know that the crude oil, not crude oil, the edible oil, something is mixed, you know. So because what we are eating the edible oil, which has mixed with some content, and which is cancerous, it's causing for cancers. People still we are eating. So nowadays, what is that called in Madagascar? The Gada. So that the demand for that kind of Gada has been increased. So we are buying such of oil. We are paying more. We are paying 2 or 3 times more than the ordinary oil, but we are feeling happy that we are eating something which is which is very pure. So that's why generation Z category people, they don't bother about the cost. They are more conscious about which is it really environmental friendly. The awareness, such kind of awareness just started. In the years to come, I think if I do some unethical practices, the generation Z category people, my customer will not accept my product. So that kind of thing will happen. So the Reliance study in 2023 shows that 70% global banking customers prefers banks with strong sustainable policies. Similarly, millennials as well as Generation Z demands ethical financing options because they look for the sustainability. And again, there are some regulated issues also there for green finance. You can see RBI framework for the green finance, and China 190 billion green bond has been issued already. European Central Bank climate risk guidelines have also been introduced, which means the regulations are also going to be in place in the years to come, so that I can do only sustainable banking business. I cannot do the because there is no very good regulations which is also going to control. And next is the section 2 we are going, that is digital transformation in green banking. So I think how many more minutes I have? Can I take 10 minutes time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, okay. So section 2 goes like this, digital transformation and green banking. Let's have a quick look about digital banking as a sustainable enabler. So how does digital banking support the green finance? I have been telling you about green finance. How sustainable banking will support for that? Let's take the technology. So there are four important technologies which is going to support the digital banking. One is artificial intelligence and big data, and blockchain technology, cloud computing, as well as mobile banking. So these four pillars of technology is going to support digital banking and also green finance. So if you take the example of AI and big data, which helps to assess the green risk, ESG risk in banking portfolio. How much risk I have for ESG, that we can assess. AI driven example I am giving you. AI driven credit cards, credit score. So nowadays the banks will be given credit score, like how much exposure you have for ESG risk. And blockchain is another important aspect which enhances the transparency in ESG finance. And HSBC is a blockchain-based trade finance is the best example for this. Cloud computing, which reduces the carbon footprint of the banks, because I can store all data not in a paper file. I can store all data in electronic file, and which I can access across the world. See, yesterday my paper file, in order to access that, I have to go to the place where I have kept it. Today it is not like that. So my files are stored in the cloud. It is paperless, and I can access from anywhere. Okay. So the DBS Bank's cloud is the first bank to DBS is the first bank which has introduced this cloud computing, and recent version is mobile bank. So mobile banking is expanding the financial inclusion. See, earlier, the rural, in order to get the banking service, you have to go to the bank branch, right? Today, no need to visit bank branches. I have opened many accounts sitting in Muscat, but I have not seen my bank account. Who is the manager? Who is the employee? But my services are getting done. How it happens? Because of electronic banking and because of mobile banking. See, yesterday, in order to pay see, I am telling you the story of 1990. In order to apply for banking, BS bank job, I have to take BSRB test. In order to apply for BSRB test, I have to pay 100 rupees DD. In order to buy that 100 rupees DD, I have to take half day leave. Means I have to bunk my class and I have to go to the bank to get half 100 rupees DD to take half day bank. Today, fraction of the sectors. So how? That's the power of electronic banking and that's the power of mobile banking. Now, my dear friends, I am stopping till mobile banking. So what next tomorrow? You know that tomorrow you can see metaverse banking. Metaverse, Google it. You can see more about. See, mobile banking will be what is that called history. After few days, few years. What next? What next is metaverse banking? Metaverse banking means to feel everything will happen virtually, and you log on and you will enter into a bank where there are so many staffs are there. It's like a real branch. When you go to branch, what is the kind of experience you will get? The same kind of experience you are going to get with metaverse banking. So that way, I think there are many dimensions are there, good or bad, that we can have a discussion later stage. But this is the kind of development also you can see that will contribute for the sustainable banking. And you can also see the neo banking also in place. Neo banking is 100% digital banking. They don't have branches at all. It is a first stage of metaverse banking, as I told you, which reduces operational cost as well as environmental impact. See, if I don't have a branch, means I am going to produce less harm to the nature. So that's the kind of new banks are also in place. In India, Jupiter is the leading new bank, which is paperless bank, and B Bank in China and Kakao Bank in South Korea. These are the best examples for neo bank. So in India, you can take the best example of Paytm Payment Bank. This is also part of neo bank. Which is serving 100 plus millions of customers with the digital platform and which is supporting for financial inclusion also. Like for example, a Pan Vida shop merchant can sell Pan Vida even through Paytm. So that's the kind of inclusion you can do. Next comes today we are talking about UPI and all in India. So the root cause for all these things is the case study. You can see M-Visa Kenya model, where this particular bank initiated a mobile banking. So the challenge of financial inclusion here is what 1.4 billion adults will have out of the habit of banking habits. These people are low income people, so they don't have access for the banking. So for that, in order to bring them into the financial inclusion, M-Pesa bank is in Kenya, which has introduced the digital banking, which introduced the mobile banking, that is M-Pesa, a mobile money service that allows the digital transaction via mobile phone. So which resulted in 50% of the Kenya's GDP, which increase the more people come under the ambit of this one, what is it called banking, then what happens? There is a very good connection between saver and the seeker suffering. Please understand, the banking is an intermediary. So if my money remains in my pocket, the economy will not grow. So if the savers of money and seekers of money are connected, then what happens? Economic activity will happen. So look at the results. 50% of the Kenya GDP now flows to M-Visa Bank, and 2% of the population is lifted out of poverty. So more people comes into the banking habit, then they can have an access for the money and they can do wonder. So now, if you look at the Asia, India inspired India's UPI model. So India introduced UPI model. This UPI model has inspired Bangladesh, that is called Bcash, Indonesia GoPay, and Philippines Gcash. So all these things are inspired by Indian model of UPI. Do you know that recently the France Prime Minister also appreciated the effort of UPI? I think that model is going to be taken care by many countries in the years to come. Then coming to the last section, if I am right, so green finance and the ESG banking. What is it? So let's understand there is a rise of green bonds in India, across Asia. So the green bonds, as I told you, means what? Which is going to finance only those projects which have positive impact on the environment. So the green bond must allocate sustainable their money only for a sustainable project like renewable energy, clean transportation, and green energy as well as climate adaptation. What does it mean? So my money goes to bank and bank will allocate that money only for those projects which is environmental friendly. So that will create a green world, that will create a positive impact on the environment. Similarly, why green bonds are very important? The green bonds are very important in today's context because that encourages for the sustainable investment which is not having harm to the environment and which is going to reduce the carbon footprint and which also increases the transparency in banking. So that's why we have to focus, the banking companies or financial services sector should focus more on green bonds. And global trend for green bonds, if you look at the statistics, the green bond market is exceeded $650 billion in 2023. And China in Asia is the largest green bond issuer, which has issued already $190 billion worth green bonds as per the recent survey. India is also having for food, and it's also moving forward in this direction. India entered into green bond, as I told you, in 2015 by S Bank, and today the milestone is not S Bank, India's first green bond, which has 1,000 crores money has been lent for renewable industry. SBI has issued $650 million, and in 2023, the government of India issued 7 green bond worth 16,000 crores, means 2 billion US dollars. And SEBI also come out with guidelines for green bond in 2017, and which has given a framework for encouraging more people to issue green bonds. And I will skip this because of shortage of time. And best practices, if you look at ESG banking, you can take the example of banks, a Indian bank, S Bank, first bank which has introduced the green bond. If you look at banking, Bangkok Bank, loans for solar, winds and projects, the amount how much invested, I have given the figure. Similarly, Bank of Philippines, sustainable energy financing. ICICI Bank, paperless digital banking, which has reduced the carbon footprint, and DBS Bank Singapore, which has AI-driven ESG investment tools, which help the banks to track the ESG scores. So this I will skip, and ultimately the last one, the challenges, the future sustainable bank. So the first challenge is greenwash risk. You know what is the greenwash risk? It is it's basically hypocrisy. Hypocrisy means what? I am using the face of innocent person. By look I look like an innocent person, but I am really a crooked person. So that is the exact meaning of greenwashing the risk. So what is greenwashing risk? The financial institutions falsely claim or engage their sustainability effort. They claim that I am sustainable focused person, but actually they are always breathing hard. So they are show off people. So that's the another one important thing. I will give you the simple example. I don't want to name the company or whatever. So there is one multinational company which has taken the loan from a multinational bank, and they said that we are going to use that money to for the tea estate. Right? The money used for that money to develop tea estate, they have cut a big chunk of forest. Like I take the loan, I will make a tea estate. To make the tea estate, I will cut the forest. What type of see? What type of? Is it not a duality? Is it not a hypocrisy? See, please understand the hypocrisy in business is a big risk. So example here you can see some of the global banks claims ESG leadership. Actually, they increase their fossil fuel financing by 10% in 3 years. Means on the one side they say that I am ESG, but on the other hand they have increased the financing. So this is a kind of duality. And so for this, the solution is green finance taxonomy. So those who fund for green financing, they should get more tax rebate, and those who fund for unsustainable business, then they should be penalized with more tax. So this is the suggestion comes across the world. And coming to the another important challenge is regulatory uncertainty. Different countries have different ESG regulations that should be unified in that direction. Bank for International Settlement (BIS) is trying to harmonize the ESG guidelines across the world, like the one we are having IFRS, International Financial Reporting Standard, which is unified across the world. Similarly, we are going to get harmonized global ESG frameworks too. And similarly, cyber security threat in digital banking, yes, that goes recently in India also we have been hearing. So not only illiterate, even literate people also now having having an experience of digital security risk. So for this, I think Bangladesh cyber security, there is an example, 81 billion has been stolen through SWIFT transactions. So solution for this is more stricter blockchain-based transaction security and AI-powered fraud detection mechanism. So, like simple. Like for example, sometimes that recently there is one incident happened. I have read this news. What is the news? Like one, I don't want to name the real story here. So one lady, who I think she has come in the newspaper, you must be knowing, she has got a friendship with social media, and that person, treated her like a closest friend, and he started, taking money from her. So he convinced that I am coming to India to see you, to meet you, so I need money. She started, sending money. Then what happened? The banker tracked this. So the banker tracked her account was around 6 crore rupees balance, and it has come down to 3 crores. So then they found that there is a huge transfer. Then they blocked the withdrawal of the money, and then they informed that they made an inquiry. Then later on, that the lady customer, comes to know that I have been cheated. By then they have lost $3, 3 crores already. Look at the beauty part of this. The surveillance mechanism, AI generated surveillance mechanism, helped that lady to at least to save 3 crores. So that kind of technology should be more, should come more, so that we can reduce the cyber security risks. Yes, the future there is AI-powered ESG investments will help. Like for example, JP Morgan, she's AI-powered sustainable financial risk model developed, and which helps us to find out to what extent we have been exposed to ESG risk. And similarly, decentralized finance. This is going to increase everywhere. Like DEFI, green lending. What is that? Decentralized financing. There, the peer-to-peer lending, directly platform. One example I will tell you. You can Google it later. In India, there is one platform called GRIP, GRIP. There are many. I'm just telling you one. So what is their business? Their business is same like it's a direct funding. Like they are connecting the lender and the borrower together. Means I need 1 million, right? I don't need to go to the bank. I will come to this platform. This platform will float my requirement of 1 million, and people like you will subscribe to my requirement. So instead of me giving EMI to one bank, I am going to pay EMI to 1,000 people who have subscribed my requirement. So that is called DEFI. That kind of mechanism will come, will be more popular. Again, this will be, it is like a quasi banking. They are not banking, it's a platform where they are connecting the savers of the money and the seekers of the. So, the role of digital currency CBDC in green finance, that is also a very good thought. Like the government of India also started CBDC, and that will contribute more for the eco-friendly banking system. And vision for 2050, a fully digital, sustainable, inclusive banking sector. These are the global vision. So by 2050, the sustainable banking will be driven by artificial intelligence, blockchain, IoT powered ESG analysis. This is what we can see in the future. So prediction is 50% plus, more than 50% global banking asset will be invested in ESG by 2030, 25 in next 5 years, and the global ambition is what the global banking asset should be financed 50%, more than 50% for ESG aligned business activities. So that's it from my side. I will conclude. I think I might have taken 2 minutes extra. So ultimately, my conclusion here is sustainable banking is not a luxury; it is a necessity. If we want to protect our globe, we should see that our money should flow only for such business activity which is eco-friendly, which is necessary. And sustainable business is not just a trend. Everything is trend. No, it is not just a trend. It is the future. And digital innovation should be there, but that should cover green finance financial inclusion, and that should also create a positive shift. So ultimately, the bank must integrate digital innovation with sustainability to remain relevant in rapidly changing. So ultimately, what is the statement here? Concluding statement is this: the future of banking is digital, sustainable, and inclusive. Please understand, digital, sustainable, and inclusive. Let's work together to build a financial system that is not only drives the economic growth. Economic growth is increasing GDP. By selling more alcohol, the GDP will grow. By selling more arms and ammunition, GDP will grow. That is not the kind of GDP we want. But the GDP growth should protect our planet and also ensure the equality, equity, financial inclusion to all. So this should be the mantra of pioneering industry. My dear friends, sustainability is not a new concept in India. So India is the first country in the world in ancient times this is to preach the sustainability. You know our sustainability mantra. This is our sustainability mantra. That is Kale Vasato Vachanya, Prithvi Sasya Sralini, Deshoyam Shovaramita. Sustainability is no longer a choice, it is a necessity. Thank you, friends, for your patience, your review. Thank you all for your patience listening. I also thank the College of Beginning College of Engineering and Department of MBA for inviting me for this talk. Actually, we like-minded people together. I will also share this information going to start a new academy. It's a virtual academy which is called International Academy of Sustainable Business Research and Innovation. Our objective here is to create more awareness about sustainable business practices to the next generation. I will share that details soon to Professor Srikanth, and he will share it to you all. So I would like to join this this tribe so that we can create a more sustainable world, so that the next generation monkey will not sit on the dead body of us. So next generation monkey will see the dream forever, as I showed you in the beginning of my slide. Thank you, Malena. This is my connection. You can take a screenshot if you would like to have a connection with me. Please join, connect with me in the social media, LinkedIn or Facebook or X or Instagram. Thank you, Malena. Have a great day. I hope you will be having a bright future if we take a right action today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Very insights from the banking industry. Sir, should we, if we can have just 2 minutes, if we have any questions from the participants and the researchers, should we take it, sir?
I think the time is already exceeded. I think it's the time for having lunch. So we need to have sustainable health. We need to have sustainable health. We have to take it food in right time. So now if our thought is lower, then the food for stomach is time. Okay. Anyway, joke apart, I think if there is any questions, I would like to take.
So no, we don't have any questions probably. We'll wind up the session, sir. So the session was really fruitful for everybody. You covered how does the financial sector, is undergoing a rapid transformation, and the best topic for a research that could be taken that just came out was how does the climate change is affecting the economies, and with due to this unethical business practices. This is one of the best emerging topics that we can, researchers can take on the study. Apart from this, your entire focus was on sustainability, banking, and green finance. So, with this, sir, I really thank you for sparing your time for the technical talk. And this was the second time, the first conference also you had given us the spare time with us, giving the technical talk, and this was the second talk. Thank you very much, sir, for being in collaboration with us from a long time. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. All the best. Thank you. All the best for the conference.
I request everybody to please join us for the lunch in the same room, in 002, 001.
Exactly 2:45 we have to assemble back.
Please join and next session at 2:40.
Paper presentation track will be scheduled here only offline and out.
to start with the online presentation. When Rosali and back up, we'll take a brief pause and restart, recontinue with the session. So our first speaker is Mr. Gangadhar and Dr.
Yes, sir, I am present, sir. Yes, sir, I am present.
So please be ready with your presentation.
Okay, Mr. Gangadhar, start sharing your slide and start the presentation.
Sir, can you enable the sharing the screen, sir?
Yeah. Oh, it's enabled. You can share the screen and start your presentation.
Sir, it's visible, sir.
It's not visible.
One thing. Sharing.
Other participants who are there in the queue for the online presentation, kindly ensure that the moment we tell your name, start with the presentation. Keep everything ready. Gangadharji, you want some time for that?
No, sir, I'm already ready, sir. But there is no any screen sharing option in my.
Okay. Can we have the next presentation? We will take it later.
Please check it. Yes, sir.
Mr. Gangadhar, can you just see below the screen on the laptop? There will be an arrow called upper arrow. Just click that upper side arrow, it will be shared.
Sir, have you uploaded your PPT, sir?
Yes, sir, uploaded, sir.
Okay. He's free. Yeah, it's visible. Gangadhar sir, you can go ahead. Presenters for online and offline, we have the best paper award also. So all the very best to all of you. Start with your presentation, Mr. Gangadhar.
Okay, sir, right, sir. Thank you for giving the opportunity. Myself, Gangadhar, and my research scholar, research guide, Dr. Sharmila. Both are presenting my presentation, which related to my topic. That's an.
Sir, please maximize your screen and go for your objectives.
Nice. It's possible, sir. It's not difficult.
Okay, go for your objective slide. We have already read your abstract. Everything we have read. Go for your objective slide.
Directly objective slide, sir.
Yeah. Your paper and abstract, everything we have read. Go for your objective slide.
Objective slide. The objectives of the study that is related to the primary objective. The study research including the conducting a critical evaluation to collect and analyze the quantitative research about the AI artificial intelligence application in tourism industry. And then second objective is gathering and analyzing the previous research to illustrate the suitable efforts on artificial intelligence on tourism industry. And the third objective that is identifying the gaps in the literature and offering the perspectives in future. That is one with regard to the AI industry, the AI, artificial intelligence and tourism sector. And after that, the statement of the research problem, the research problems centered to overcoming the suitable and device impact on artificial intelligence applications on the tourism sector. This is involves to identify the key area where an artificial intelligence has made a significant contribution, as well as the recognize the potential gap in the existing quantitative literature that require to further explorations. Then research methodology. This research methodology is completely investigate the various consequences of artificial intelligence in the tourism business. It seeks to understand how various artificial intelligence AI research across artificial intelligence, computers, and chatbots influence the changing environment of the tourism experience. Then afterwards, the literature review, that is the effect on artificial intelligence, the travel and tourism focusing on applications such as customized service, robotic, and predictive system. This is used to artificial intelligence tourism in a key area, demonstrating the increasing productivity and better client experience. This puts up as an ethical requirement problems related to the AI, artificial intelligence, as well as the future research agenda for the tourist sector. There is the the revolutionary impact on artificial intelligence, hospitality, tourism industry, including the mechanisms. Then afterwards, there is some findings and recommendations to my research paper. The qualitative study of an available literature provides the unique insights into the diverse effects on AI technology.
Mr. Gangadhar, 1 minute wait. Mr. Gangadhar,
Yes, sir.
what is that research gap which you have identified? On what basis you have framed the objectives? Please, can you elaborate on that?
Research gap I mentioned in the that is in what I sent in the paper that I mentioned, sir. But in the GPT, I have not considered that one. So that directly I enter into the you are stick on only the 8 to 10 slides. That is the
No, correct. But I am asking you, what is that gap which you have identified from the earlier research?
The existing what is the research gap? It means it completely related to the tourism sectors. I think the reason of the research gap within the tourism industry with regard to the research gap that a study aims to fill the important gaps in the qualitative literature about the influence of artificial intelligence in the tourist business. The goal is to significantly contribute and develop in a more comprehensive understanding of the stable effects imposed by AI across many sectors of the tourist sector. By synthesizing and meticulously analyzing the previous studies, the study aims to write the business ways to which AI artificial intelligence changes the monitoring a component of the tourist sector with the utilizing the goals of the breadth and depth of the understanding this crucial subject. This is my research gap I identified.
Okay, Mr. Gangadhar, we have the session chair here, Dr. Rushali Madam, the Dean of JCMM.
Yes,
and then we have Madhumita Madam from the corporate, that is Ernst & Young. So my request to all the presenters is the maximum time duration will be 6 to 10 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, so we'll have a lot of Q&As later. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir. No issues. But last time, there is some last 2 minutes conclusion point. Subsequently, this qualitative research study, the investigated the complex effect of artificial intelligence applications on tourist sector, demonstrating a suitable and diversified effect on the consumer happiness, innovations in service and industry transformation. The critical review techniques has established a solid framework for the synthesizing the qualitative research for the useful insights academic developers and managers investing the possibilities of artificial intelligence with regard to the tourism sector or tourist industries. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Gangadhar, one query I had actually. When I was just going through your abstract and full paper, there are already a lot of research which was conducted from 2022 to till date related to AI and how actually the tourism sector will be having a greater impact usage of AI in terms of customer expectation, satisfaction, everything. Now, when we see your objectives and your conclusion, somewhere we feel that already the entire thing is repeated. So, what is that innovative thing you want to tell in your research paper, and you have not even touched anything about the statistical part here? So, please work on that.
Okay, sir. Sure.
And your objectives also, you was seeing there, your objectives should start from 2, when it comes to research. Can you please go to your objective slide over there?
Objective slides. Yes, sir.
Yeah. See, you said the primary objective of the research includes, you have mentioned 3 objectives. And when you mention the 3 objectives, you need to show us the findings of these 3 objectives and the conclusion should be in tandem with your objectives.
Okay, sir.
So somewhere I felt that it is not matching. So make sure that in the coming days is concerned, you should have a proper alignment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And please go to your topic. In fact, Madam Madhumita, I want to just ask you queries over there. Go to your topic title.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Another, I was just looking at your topic. I joined like 2 minutes late. See, when you say tourism, it becomes a very, very macro level, understanding. Because these days, leave alone India, if you look at tourism as a word, there are different flavors to it. There's entertainment tourism, there is medical tourism, there is family tourism, and all of that. I think you could be a little more specific in that, so that your research is more concise and it's more specific in nature.
Sure. You can change. Yes. Thank you for the suggestion, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Can I share screen, please?
Yeah. Can we have the next presentation?
Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah.
Can I start, please? Very good afternoon to the chairperson and delegates present. Very good afternoon. I hope I'm audible. My topic is on taste of home, exploring factors affecting spice consumption patterns among NRIs. I'm Dr. Vasanthi Reena Williams from UDIIT, Mysore. These are the contents of my presentation. Sorry. So the introduction, I'm talking about the Indian spices and its significance in the whole world. So in fact, we are all very much aware that our cuisine includes a lot of spices, different kinds of spices, which we use not only for enhancing the flavor of food, but also for medicinal effect and health benefits. So it's also becoming sought after, especially after COVID, because the significance of turmeric and pepper became more prominent, especially turmeric. In fact, what I've understood from my literature review is that India is expected to hit around $10 billion by 2030. And the Spice Board of India is also trying to come up with a lot of initiatives to enhance export of spices. So this study is basically focusing on consumer behavior of NRIs towards their cultural cuisine. Now, since they're staying far away from their motherland, my study was trying to identify whether, because usually the general tendency is that we change the food habits based on the culture of the new culture. And another important aspect is the influence of consumer behavior based on the culture. So that's the reason I have taken this topic. I'm also trying to rationalize whether the NRIs continue with the Indian culture, or whether they attempt to adopt the new buying behavior, in the country that they stay. And other than this, the study is also focusing on understanding between the choice of nutraceuticals and essential oils, oleoresins, they call it. Because as I did my study, I got to know about this. In fact, till then I was only focusing on Indian spices as a whole, as a fact. And it was understood that my study at the end, this is what I got to know, that Indian spice recipes are being included in cuisines other than Indian cooking. This is what I got to know, and that was the significance of the study.
Dr. Vasanthi, If you don't mind, we can quickly move to the objectives and your findings so that we can have time for discussion now.
Definitely. So these are my objectives for my study. These are the main objectives I have chosen. One is to identify the primary factors that influence buying behavior among NRIs pertaining to
Ma'am, if you can go into this slide show option because your slide is not clearly visible. Could you please opt for slide show?
Is this okay? Wait. Is this okay?
No. You can just click Shift and F5.
No, this is usually, I have a problem with this, so that's the reason I kept it this way. Anyways, I'll try and finish it quickly. Can you see my slide, please? Now,
Ma'am, can you go back to the
nutraceuticals are basically spices formulated to fulfill specific
ma'am, we couldn't focus on the objective. If you can quickly let us through the main objective.
Now, wait, I'll see if I can enlarge it.
Slideshow option is
Ma'am, you just press Shift and F5, ma'am. You just press F5 key on your keyboard, please. Function.
I'm doing that, but you said you can't see.
No, the slideshow actually never began here. It's okay, ma'am. No problem. You just quickly let us through the main objective of your study.
Okay, I put it in full screen, but I say it's still not visible. Anyway,
that's okay.
The following are the main objectives, as you can see. Factors influencing buying behavior among NRIs towards Indian spices. There's a small spelling mistake there. The second is to evaluate current market potential for spices based on the demand that we see happening throughout the world. And third is to explore contributing factors for purchasing by the NRIs. Going to the next slide, just a brief about what these nutraceuticals and essential oils are.
Ma'am, we actually are surpassing the time. Do you mind moving directly to your research, the methodology adopted and the findings?
This is the methodology that I've adopted. The research methodology is descriptive in nature. Sampling methods is probability sampling. Technique is judgmental sampling. Questionnaires through which I collected. Sampling size is 384. I have the reason how I have come to the conclusion that I need to take around 384. And the type of data, primary and secondary, and my data analysis tools is a chi-square test. Now, going further to the descriptives, I'm trying to make it as short as possible. But I'll explain that to you definitely. Here my hypothesis is factors like brand. I've taken these three factors: brand, quality, and social media do not significantly influence purchase decisions for Indian spices by NRIs. That's my hypothesis statement. So for the analysis, as you can see, there's a small mistake here. I should have mentioned it as age distribution. I have typed it as showing distribution of gender. Sorry. It is the distribution of age of the respondents, and it is observed that the majority are in the age group of 36 to 45 who have responded. And the data also shows that the respondents are aware and are purchasing nutraceuticals because they find that is helping them in the long run rather than consuming. They don't seem to prefer consuming whole spices. And the second data is about the chart shows factors influencing purchase decision. Here I had taken different scales. That is, I chose, the option that was given is whether it was psychological, personal, social, CRM systems. And the second was cultural, organizational, personal, or psychological. Third was cultural, social, personal, and psychological. And the fourth was none. And I found the response mentioned that most of the majority of the respondents preferred, they meant psychological, personal, social CRM systems. I'll explain that in a little while. And the next shows the buying process. So it was the process that they followed is awareness, interest, evaluation, trial, and adoption, which is the highest, followed by awareness, interest, evaluation, trial, and promotion. Going further, the purchase action triggers that need to show. Yeah. First, the purchasing action triggers is happening through communication situation. This is either through the internet system or especially through online shopping. This is the response I received. And the next is showing preference factor in purchase decision. So here they prefer quality over brand image and even cost. The hypothesis, as I mentioned, I have put the visual chart of the chi-square test in front of the table. That's in my paper, but I thought this would be more easy to explain. So here, as you can see, the p-value is less than the calculated value, and therefore the null hypothesis gets rejected. Further, we can see that there is the magnitude of the difference between the observed and the expected data is medium. There's no much difference except for the last one here, where consumers purchase prices based on cultural affinity. So we see there is a difference there. And coming to the findings in conclusion, the present trend, as we can see, we are looking into quality, they are looking into the digital experience, that is the ability to make purchase online, which is more convenient for them, availability of the product online. Product quality is first, and then the customer service support, that is, if they need a particular quality, particular kind of blend, kind of things, and the social responsibility of the company. Lastly, and the new things that was observed through the study, what they use, the use of nutraceuticals is increasing, use of essential oils is increasing, quality influences social media, and lastly brand image. And the use of spice blends in comparison to whole spices. So if you can see this is this gravy masala. I just put images, but this is what we prefer rather than using whole spices that we use in our Indian cuisine. So this is basically what my findings were, and my suggestions are that we need to be spice industry is really booming across the globe. Indian spices is blooming across the globe. What we need to focus is to bring in awareness about whole spices as well, because that will also will not take a backseat in future. So these are my quick presentation. These are the significant references that I have submitted here. Any questions, please?
Sasi ma'am,
Yeah.
first and foremost question. The topic is pretty interesting one. When you're talking about the NRIs and the spies and all of that, but who's the audience that you're going to be considering here? Because this is, when you talk of NRIs, obviously you're not talking for population in India. So who's the audience that you've considered for this?
The audience is the export market.
Export.
Actually, I also synchronized with the same question I had. You said you chose judgmental sampling. What were the criteria you selected for the judgmental sampling, ma'am?
I chose NRIs who are staying abroad.
But then NRI can mean anyone from Sri Lanka to the US. So how did you actually?
Non-resident Indians, NRIs.
I got it, ma'am.
Because
anyone who is not a resident of India, but you have generalized the study for everyone who is
No. I have taken respondents are all Indians through some of my contacts, some of my relations, and then I've asked them to collect.
I totally understand. No. What you're not trying to understand is generalization means that a resident who is now settled in US will have different preferences and factors compared to a person who is settled in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka or the UAE are basically almost near to the country. So the factors affecting are different, and for the person maybe who settled in UK or US. So how did you actually decide on the judgmental sampling to shortlist your sample units? That is what I'm interested in.
Yeah. Thank you. I got your question. I have not chosen anybody from Sri Lanka or nearby countries. I have chosen people from the Middle East, America, and a few from Australia. Because I know the Asian country, especially the southern part of Asia, is almost similar. The food habits are almost similar, up to say even Singapore also.
Okay, ma'am. Last question.
So that is the reason.
What about the statistical impact? Because you just talked about one factor of chi-square that you did, but how was the other, maybe a factor analysis or the validity of your research you didn't explain? So what was the statistical analysis part for this?
See, I have not done too much of an in-depth study here. I have just gone into based on the number of sampling size that I calibrated using the confidence level of 95%, as you can see on your screen now, on the screen now. And the validity says that I need to take, if the data is unlimited, sorry, I missed the screen, yeah. If the data is unlimited, then minimum sample size has to be 384. So that is how I choose, ensure that I got the sample size, and then I
okay, ma'am. Yes. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Our next presenter is Ms. Shilpa S., Dr. Prashanta, and Dr. Virendra Kumar.
Yes, sir.
Please be ready with your presentation.
If you could
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Ma'am, is my slide visible?
Yeah, it's up on the screen. You can go ahead.
Yeah. A very good afternoon. A very good afternoon. Is my voice echoing?
No, ma'am, you're clear. Please start. I would request you to stick to your objectives and directly the data analysis part, please.
Sure. Thanks so much. So my study is basically on the comprehensive review of the job satisfaction of employee acquisition. I'll just quickly go to the objective. This paper, the motivation behind the objective behind this paper of the study was is the employee experience, and I have identified one of the key variable under employee experience is the job satisfaction. So I have picked up one variable as job satisfaction, and I'm trying to study how this particular job satisfaction impacts on the attrition. So in this study, I've just identified the reasons or the intentions for which employees leave the organization. Okay, so basically the objective is pretty much clear. I'm just going to understand the intentions or reasons people leaving the organization due to job satisfaction. I will. Is it okay if I go directly to the design of the methodology that I've picked up?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, good for that.
Yeah. Right. So this is basically I have just done a secondary study, and my portal was basically the Web of Science, wherein I have tried to use the last 2 years data that were published into the Web of Science portal, and the conclusions that I could align is. Before I go to this conclusion slide, I just want to show you this particular mind map, wherein I could identify certain internal and external factors under the factors that will increase the job satisfaction and reduce the turnover satisfaction. So I could understand that there is an inverse relationship between job satisfaction and turnover intentions. Okay, so as the job satisfaction increases, the turnover intention reduces. So some of the internal factors that have helped us in identifying the last 2 years that are helping to increase the job satisfaction is psychological capital, okay, and the concept about the social identification theory. Okay, so
So these were two particular aspects, the internal factors that will help a particular employee to increase the job satisfaction. So what do we mean by psychological capital? Let me emphasize on that. There are mainly four elements under the psychological capital. One is hope, one is self-efficacy, and third one is resilience, and fourth one is optimism. Hope is about, particularly a preconceived notion about, that they can do it. Self-efficacy is about basically about a belief about their respective ability. Resilience is an ability to, to fight against any problems or situations, or being able to, being able to fight any particular situation, or being able to solve a particular problem. And the fourth one is optimism, wherein under optimism is being positive about in every
Sorry to
situation.
interrupt you, ma'am. Could you quickly walk us through what methodology you adopted for conclusions here? The research methodologies that you've adopted.
Okay, so basically, since it was a secondary data, I have made use of the mind map as one of the methodologies to figure out. I have not adapted any specific tools.
Mind map is a tool, but then your research, though secondary data analysis based, should follow some methodology, right? So whether you adopted a quantitative, qualitative, research descriptive, there has to be some outline to how you actually went through the secondary data analysis. And then how did you actually end up deciding the use of mind map? What were the research gaps that you observed because of which you went through this?
Sure. So basically, to touch base upon the methodology is, majority of the times I have picked up the concept of correlation and regression. Okay, so I have used these two methodologies in identifying the relationship between them. So these are the two methodologies that I have adapted for my particular study. I have not used any other factor analysis tool, because since this was my first phase of analysis, and the next phase of analysis I am trying to do it on the next further research study that I am trying to do it on the the multi-factor analysis that I want to do it. So this was just on the methodology of correlation and regression. That is what I have adapted.
Okay, Shilpa, thank you so much for the presentation.
Yeah.
Our next presenter is Ms. Bhagyashree. She's here offline with us. She'll be joining us on this class.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries and
You're comfortable.
yeah.
Ravi?
A very good afternoon to the dignitaries and the research scholars present here. I am Felicitation, a research scholar from VTU, and my research guide is Dr. Dhanush sir at VTU. First of all, before beginning with my presentation, I would thank Jain College of Engineering, MD Fertility, to provide me this opportunity to present my paper. So I'll start with my topic. My topic is Evolving Role of Women in Modern Banking, a comprehensive study on her challenges, strategies, and opportunities. The reason to choose this topic was a woman is a magnificent creation of God with multifaceted personality, and she can contribute a lot to the Indian economy. And women being 48% of the total Indian population, despite of this, her contribution to the GDP is only 18%. That's the reason I have chosen this. And the second reason why I have chosen the banking sector itself is because banking sector plays an important role in the economy, because alone banking sector provides 17% of the GDP to the India, and banking sector provides 1.5 million opportunities in the employment. That's the reason I have chosen this topic. Coming to the objectives, my objectives are to see what are the challenges today the woman is facing in the banking sector, and to know, despite there is a progression of women. I'm sorry.
But your slides are not moving, but you are telling your objectives.
Sorry, sir.
What direction your objectives?
I'm actually. Yeah.
The topic is for the women employed in the banking
Yes,
sector
sir.
or women as consumers.
No, women are employed in the banking sector. Coming to the objectives, the main objective what I want to tell today is woman being in the banking sector, she is progressing, but the progress is very slower. So my main objective is to know why the woman is not into the leadership roles. She has been into the roles which are, not to the leadership roles. It is taking too much of time for women to come into the leadership roles. Out of 360 general managers, we have only 36 women who are into the higher post. This is one objective. Second, what are the challenges she is facing today as a woman, working woman in the Indian country? These are the challenges, and how an inclusive initiative or strategies can help a woman to build her or overcome the challenges. The literature review. I have reviewed around 150 plus literatures, and out of this literature review, the most of the work what I have seen is on work-life balance. This I have come through diplomatic analysis I have used to come out for the key occurrence and what are the highest citations which author has taken. Out of that, I have done the literature review, and out of literature review, the research gap, what I can see is there is a research gap in gender bias, the equal pay. There is a research gap in private and public sector analysis, and we have a research gap in leadership roles and inclusive strategies. This elements should be given a deeper insight, and the research has to be done in this area. Coming to the methodology, it is totally a qualitative analysis which I have used, and it is totally on the secondary data. I have used thematic analysis to do my methodology and comparative analysis of various articles. Coming to the analysis part, the challenges faced I have analyzed here on based on the various articles. The work-life balance being the highest study which is being done, and it is one of the highest challenges, followed by the stress and cultural objectives. Coming to the next is opportunities. Among the opportunities, as I told, leadership roles are very limited for the woman. That is what I can tell in my slide, and I have also narrated which citation from which work it has been done in my analysis. And more of the work should be done on flexible models, remote working and hybrid models. Coming to the strategies, there should be a mentorship learning program should be introduced to the woman, and there should be an inclusive environment provided to the woman where she can overcome her challenges. And one of the challenges which I've missed is post-maternity challenge, which a woman faces, and due to which it is being delayed for her promotions. Coming to the conclusion part, I would conclude this with that there is a need of strong policies for the woman, and leadership development should be encouraged. Cultural shift should be needed so that women can come into the leadership roles, and there should be an AI-driven technology to overcome all the gender biases and other unconscious biases. Thank you.
Bhagyashree. A good presentation. I just feel that somehow your title and the research methodology adopted are not resonating with each other. Do you mind showing the title again? Your title is Evolving Role of Women in Modern Banking, but then what you explained was you said a secondary data analysis. So you actually have adopted a bibliometric analysis, but then your analysis is almost not even showing bibliometry. So don't you think what you explained as the research gap also is missing the basic of bibliometry, and the conclusion that you are giving is that of showing a primary data analysis. So I think somehow the subjectivity or objectivity of your research is not linking together.
Okay, ma'am. I would see over it, ma'am. But whatever work I have done, how I have analyzed, I would explain, and definitely I would work on what you have told me, and I would look on that. The thing is, I use bibliometric analysis to see, because there are so many articles. Which article should I refer and which are highly cited? So I use those, and I wanted to see what are the key occurrence of the words which is being used in working woman in the banking sector, because there were various works being done not only in India but outside India also. I was particularly focusing on that, so that's the reason I told about bibliometric analysis. And coming to the conclusion, I have derived the conclusion on basis of the research gap what I have told right now, because there is leadership roles what I was concentrating more, because only 36 women are there out of 630 general managers. That is what I wanted to tell you.
General managers, from where did you collate this data?
This data I have taken from Economic Times, which I have read, ma'am. From there I have taken the data, and the data which is there stating that 23% are only in the banking sector, that is commercial scheduled banks. We have only 33% women working. This data also is being taken from the Economic Journal.
Is that specific to the public sector or the private sector? You might want to just double check. But for the fact that Indian government, there is a fixed reservation of 33%. So that's another angle you might want to check. Yes. Also, if I have to talk from a private sector, I myself come from a private sector, not from a banking, but from a hardcore, big four. Right? Yes, there are limited, roles and all of that, but also for the fact that, these days there's a lot of focus on diversity, there's a lot of focus on well-being and all of that. So you might want to, just add more flavors into your research to cover all of it. It's not that bad the way it appears to be. There are, things which are available for ladies. Yes, the number seems a little smaller in terms of the leadership positions, but then there is the choice element also comes in from the women, right? So I personally feel, purely coming from my personal, professional background, I've been in the industry for 23 years, and I'm myself, I'm in a leadership position. So it's a choice that, we women make it, but I think that's where the research needs to cover. A lot of aspects should cover. What are the facilities available? What are the choice that the lady is making? What are the priorities and all of that? And what are the platforms which are available? I think it needs a lot of depth into this research.
Yeah.
And also for the fact, the topic, when I interrupted in the beginning, it was a little confusing. For me, she was thinking it's women as a consumer. I was thinking it's women as a workforce. So we had to interrupt you to get that clarification. But I think there's a clarity required in the topic as well.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you for the inputs what you have given me. I would definitely work on it. And whatever you have told me right now about the private and public sector, I have taken this into consideration. I have covered both private as well as public. I have written in the paper that private sector is more better than the public sector. That is what I wanted to tell in the research gap also. That I have mentioned in my paper, but it is missing in my slide, ma'am. And the research gap what I was telling about public and private sector was on this basis. Though the private sector is growing on, and we have leadership roles in as a woman in private sector more comparing to the public sector, because it took almost 3 decades for an RBI to have a chairperson as a lady, and even SBI has taken more than 20 years to have a chairperson as a lady. So that's what I mentioned. This whatever you have given me inputs, I would thank you for giving me the inputs, ma'am. So much. Any questions, ma'am? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Our next presenters are online. Ms. Divya Singh and Ms. Shreya Mahajan. Are you here with us? Ms. Divya Singh. Ms. Divya Singh and Ms. Shreya Mahajan. Okay, we'll move on to the next presenter. We have here with us offline Dr. Singh. Please come on.
Just a message to all the presenters. Am I audible? Yeah, just a message to all the audience. Our request is to keep the intro part as concise as possible. Let's just focus on the methodology and the conclusion part a little more, and then we get some good amount of time for the discussion.
Research is on exploring the role of human resource management, fostering the organizational citizenship behavior. Well, to begin with, I think in the morning session we have Dr. Purnima saying that yes, companies are going for sustainability and also we are looking for employees, competent employees. When I say competent employees, we need people who go beyond their job description and try helping the people around and the organization, and that there is a need of OCP. Well, the apprehensions for the companies that we have is yes, there is a lot of competition happening, and then they're looking for becoming the market leaders in the organization, and of course the changing technology. For all this to be addressed, I think the need of the hour is we need competent employees, and these employees who go beyond their work. Number one. Number two, they have that sense of belongingness and dedication towards their company. They promote their company outside the organization, and somewhere they're trying to help the peers with whatever work they have. And also they speak positively about the organization outside. When we have the need of this art, there comes a concept called as organizational citizenship behavior. I think one of the skills that Purnima ma'am was speaking about was citizenship, and here it is. Now, when I say organizational citizenship behavior, it's all about the behavior of an employee who goes beyond his job description and tries helping the organization and the employees in the company. When I speak about OCB, dimensions of OCB, there are 5 different ways where you could measure the citizenship behavior. The first one being altruism. It's all about helping an individual, helping my co-worker, helping my reporting officer. The second component, if you look at conscientiousness, where I try and avoid the conflicts in my organization. Sportsmanship behavior, I am very positive and I am very sportive in the work that is given in my company. And followed by courtesy, I do not get into any kind of conflicts with my co-workers. The last one, civic virtue, if you look at, I do follow the rules and regulations that are there in the company. So somewhere when we measure OCD, these are the different components that we have. Well, my research speaks about, focuses on what motivates people to exhibit this behavior and what is the role of an organization to produce these soldiers for their company. Well, with this, I think we could design certain research objectives. The first objective, if you look at, we are trying to understand how to measure the OCP levels of employee, number one. Second thing, is there any influence of demographic profile on the OCP level? Thirdly, We're trying to understand the HR practices that are there in a company and how is it going to impact the OCB levels in the organization. Now we went in detail, trying to understand which are these HRM practices. We started with training, we started with appraisal, compensation, grievance, employee empowerment policies that we have, and then health and safety practices. Well, we went into trying to understand what is the corporate commitment towards all these HR practices. Thirdly, what is the commitment of an organization to exhibit the OCP levels? And the final thing what we could do is trying to design industry fit HRM and OCP model, trying to understand how the HRM practices are going to impact the OCP levels in the organization. Well, we could hypothesize around 13 hypotheses, trying to understand how demographic profile is going to influence the OCP levels. Secondly, all the HRM practices, right from training to appraisal to grievance management and all the things that I explained, how is it going to impact the OCP levels? So there were around 13 hypotheses we could hypothesize. Well, it was descriptive research and we had around 579 sample size. And if you look at, we're trying to concentrate more on the manufacturing industry and more specifically the companies which are from Hooghly, Dharwad, Belgaum. Well, when I designed the questionnaire, we went into construct development. Now, I used a Thurston scale. We were a little worried. There was a huge research gap. OCP is done in other countries, but not in India. Right? So somewhere we had that concern. So how do we measure the OCP levels of people in Indian environment? So somewhere we got into developing the Thurston scale, where 114 statements which could measure the OCP levels of people were collected. And then what we did was we chose people, panel of judges. So these judges were basically from academics and from the corporates. So somewhere we have a lot of deliberation and trying to understand which are those factors which are going to measure the OCP level. And then we could see there's a lot of repetition happening when it comes to these behaviors of people. And then finally the scale was developed. Well, we use this particular scale in order to determine the OCP levels of people. Well, coming back to the statistics, we're trying to understand the Thorndike's alpha. Well, fortunately, the alpha values for the HRM practices were pretty more than 0.7. So somewhere it was measuring the variable that we have. When it comes to alpha level for OCP, again, if you look at the alpha levels, they're pretty good. It means that yes, there was internal consistency in measuring the OCP levels of people. As I rightly said, we are trying to understand the implication of demographics on OCP. If you look at the data, if you look at the analysis, gender has a significance on OCP level. The age that we belong to also influences the OCP levels of the employee. Well, as I said, the main focus was, will HRD function going to influence OCP? The answer was yes. Well, I'll quickly run through it. Training and development had a huge influence on OCP level. When I say training and development, it's all about learning that is happening in an organization. And of course, path analysis also said, if you look at the values, latent values are pretty strong, and it said that yes, if you provide learning and development practices in a company, the OCP levels are pretty strong. Appraisal also was accepted, saying that you have a transparent appraisal process in a company, the OCP levels are pretty strong. Same with compensation, grievance management. So somewhere we found that there was a huge significance with respect to all these HR practices of the behavior of people. Well, corporate commitment I was speaking of. 70% of the employees said that yes, corporates are committed to provide these HR practices. And then came corporate commitment towards OCP level. They also said 75% of the employees said yes, corporates are committed towards the OCP behavior of people. But fortunately or unfortunately, they are not formally rewarded, but yes, they are rewarded in whatever way possible from the corporate houses. This was the proposed model we had, but based on the research, we could find that training had a huge impact on all the HRM functions and the direct impact on OCP, indirect impact on all other HRD functions as per the data. Then if you look at the path coefficient, the p-value are pretty strong. It means that training and development, learning practices that are there in a company are going to hugely have an impact on all the HR practices that are there in the company. So this was the equation we could derive. If you look at the equation, it measures OCP. The behavior is measured by the different HR practices that you have. Firstly, training, performance appraisal, compensation, and grievance redressal in the organization. So based on the structural equation modeling, this is the model we got. As I said, my last objective was to develop a model. model of measuring the HR practices and its influence on the OCB level. And if you look at the P value, it was pretty strong, and it said that yes, there is a huge influence of HR practices on the OCB levels of the organization. If you look at the model fit, you can see that the SMR value that obtained was 0.07, which was pretty less than 0.08. It said that the model is, well, I would like to conclude saying that yes, organization can expect employees to become the soldier if and only if you are transparent with respect to your HR practices. More importantly, the learning and development practice that you have in the company has a huge influence on people's behavior. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the research. I'm quite sure everyone agrees that your research methodology was spot on and the analysis was wonderfully put in. I just want to know the theoretical part of it. Since I am a non-HR personnel, how effective do you think the OCB model that you said is going to be useful for, like you said, your respondents who are majorly manufacturing employees? So how do you think the workforce, the top management will be able to use this in order to design their HR practices? I want to know the practical applications of the research that you.
This is again done in a company. All these corporate houses, they do have the HR practices, and somewhere in the research we get to know that yes, learning and development practice in the company is going to exhibit influence my behavior. My behavior is all about zero conflicts, no conflicting with people, trying to help the organization, speaking positive about the company. When I'm in the meeting, I throw a lot of points and ideas, and I speak a lot about my organization in and outside, and it is not formally measured in a company, but yes, most of the, if you look at my construct development, it was all corporate people who were sitting there. They did agree that yes, there are citizenship behaviors, but somewhere we are not able to formally reward it or formally identify it. And in the process, we could design a citizenship card. As rightly said by different countries, they do have a citizenship card. So I did suggest to the corporate houses, why don't you give a citizenship card from your company? I worked for Tata Motors for 5+ years, and I get a citizenship card saying that look, I've done so and so. So that is one addition we could do for the corporate.
Wonderful. Another question I had is you mentioned a new scale which I am totally unfamiliar with. Could you put a light on what the adaptation of that scale and how is that Thurston scale actually? I mean, what is the parameters like Likert we know, but then Thurston is something new. So could you put a light on what actually the implications of this scale?
Thurston scale is all about developing the questionnaire. Now OCB is done in all other countries but not in India. So I could not use the same model, same questionnaire. So I was trying to understand how can I use it. And we got this Thurston scale. Thurston scale speaks about customizing those models that we have. And how do we do it? We call these corporate houses and one side academicians. And then we put forth these different questions, different thought process, and then ask them, is this practice? Is this applicable? Can I reward somebody who exhibits this behavior?
So the response that you took was like a nominal scale or ordinal scale, or
it was not, it was yes/no checklist.
Exactly. So dichotomous type of questions, but then the model that you designed was based on the methodology that you said you took input from a selective. So the 100+ statements that you said were basically a yes and no.
No, it was not yes and no. It's all about chips. I do a chip of 144 statements. I put it across. I display it like this in a conference hall. I speak about the first behavior. First behavior, I'm trying to help my colleague. Is it applicable? Is it okay to have in a company? The answer was yes. I picked that. So somewhere we could do the frequency, and whichever was most repetitive in an Indian environment, I picked that. And I used 9-pointer scale. I didn't go for the Likert scale. Instead, I went for a 9-pointer scale, and that's the specialty of Thurston.
So Thurston scale is basically for the questionnaire designing, or it is for data collection.
It is for designing the questionnaire and deciding.
I actually got it. I must say. It was a wonderfully put presentation and kudos to the methodology doctorate. Wonderful.
So next presenters are online, Ms. Sanobar Sheikh and Dr. Girish. Are you here with us? Ms. Sanobar Sheikh and Dr. Girish.
Yes, sir.
Now please take control and share your slides.
Yeah.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samodashir. I'm excited to be here today to present our research on the contribution of emotional intelligence to Philippines school teachers increase teaching.
Okay. Hello, ma'am. Could you please share your screen so that we can see your presentation, please?
Yeah, I have shared the screen. Sorry, ma'am. Give me a moment. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, madam. Please. I kindly request you to directly move to the objectives and the analysis.
Sure. So to guide our research, we focused on four key objectives. Understanding the relationship between emotional intelligence and student relationship to determine the ability of EI in predicting teacher-student interaction, to validate the reliability of the measuring instrument for EI and teacher-student relationship, and to present empirical evidence on how emotional intelligence influences educational outcomes for positive
Hello.
teacher-student
Hello. Sanoma
dynamics.
Sheikh. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Show your slides. Slideshow is not there. Only slideshow you give. Slideshow you click. Then it will be clear. Slideshow not in there.
Is it there now, sir?
No, slide is visible.
If you can just press F5 on your keyboard, ma'am.
Sorry, ma'am.
The function key F5. Slideshow.
Now it's visible.
Slideshow is there. It is showing. Slideshow you don't know. Slideshow.
The slideshow is actually not visible.
It's not visible, sir.
It's okay, ma'am. Please continue. Please continue, ma'am, with the objective.
Sorry, ma'am.
No, please continue, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. To establish the statistical significance of EI in influencing the teacher-student relationship, these are our objectives for the study. So the research gaps we found out that most studies focus on private schools and not government schools. While emotional intelligence is linked to teaching effectiveness, the limited quantitative data on its impact on teacher-student relationship. And there's a lot of talk about emotional intelligence training, but little research on how to implement it effectively. Emotional intelligence impact varies based on culture and context, meaning we need to more localized
So, sorry to interrupt you, ma'am. Can we directly move to the methodology you adopted for adopting these objectives, please? The research methodology.
So, our research was we conducted research as cross-sectional research. We approached 100 government school teachers. It was we collected the questionnaire. We collected the data through structured questionnaire, and we analyzed the data through SPSS software for statistical tests. And we
Okay, can we move to your analysis, please?
sorry, ma'am.
We would like to see the data analysis that you did.
Yeah. So, demographical data, gender of 81 female and 19% of male we have collected. Experience was 56%, where 20 years of teaching experience of teachers we got. ANOVA results, model significance confirmed, and emotional intelligence significantly predicts teacher-student relationship. Key findings, measurement reliability compact alpha 0.969, which is significant. Positive correlation between EI and teacher-student relationship was also excellent.
Okay, could you just clarify how your findings are matching the objectives?
Yeah. These findings suggest that teachers who can regulate their emotions create a better learning environment. They can handle stress, resolve conflicts, and connect with their students more effectively. Our study highlights the importance of EI training for teachers, especially in government schools, where the challenges are often greater.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation, ma'am. We'll move with the next one.
Our next presenter is Ms. Sai Sheila. She's an offline presenter. Present here. Okay, we move on to our next presenter. That is Dr. Teju again. She has the second paper. She's requesting some more time, so I'm going to skip to Mr. Santosh and Dr. Abdul Qadir.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Can you? Yes, sir. Sure.
Yes, sir. Please go on. So please share the screen. You may start with the presentation.
So we can't hear you if you're speaking.
Hello, sir. We are not able to hear the voice. If you could just adjust your mic settings. Santosh sir, you're not audible.
Just mute the user and unmute the same.
So there seems to be some error on your side. We are not able to hear you.
Sir, we'll come back to you. We'll give you some time. We go back to Dr. Teju.
Greetings to all of you. This is a joint paper by three of us. Felicitation and Ramakant and Honorable Karim. And this deals with the emotional intelligence issue. Dr. Chiranti was also referred in our presentation the importance of emotional intelligence in today's global village, what she was talking about. And this topic is apt, considering that particular point and take it further. This particular study covers the emotional intelligence and the leader. And the leaders here, what we picked up, are the college principles and the ability of the principals to handle emotional issues immediately is the theme of this paper. The world is witness to the acrimonious exchange between the two states that recently what happened. And we know that the leadership has to have that emotional intelligence under control so that they are leading the organization, be it a government organization, but otherwise. So that is how the team has been developed. The point is that raising
Sir, I'm
awareness.
very sorry to interrupt you. We are a little short of time.
Yeah,
Could we quickly see the objectives and the findings, sir? Okay, this is the conceptual framework.
Where we are looking at managing own emotions, perception towards emotion, managing others' emotion leading to realization of emotion, and that further should lead to dissatisfaction. So that's our concept. And we thought that the research can be around this area where they look at focus on API, insufficient exploration of relating, lack of empirical study, cultural and contextual variance. The research objective, what we are trying to look are these three: assess the effect of emotional intelligence, determine the satisfaction level of principles, and to determine the utilization of emotion and the relating plan. Out of this is the statement we have arrived at. College principals face increasing demands for effective leadership, and despite the importance of AI in leadership, with the limited research on how AI factors impact the job satisfaction. These are some of the hypotheses which my colleague will make.
Well, there are around 9 hypotheses we could hypothesize. We're trying to understand the leaders, the principles of the organization, what is their emotions and how when they are able to manage others' emotion and how are they going to use this emotion in managing the organization and so on. So there were around 9 hypotheses, ma'am. And this was the research methodology. We were having around 200 principles across places, and then we are trying to understand what is their emotional intelligence level and how are they using this emotional utilization in order to bring in the satisfaction level of employees, in the sense the teachers in the schools. Well, if you look at the conduct alpha value, pretty strong again. So it also said that there is a good reliability across all the parameters that we have, 5 different parameters. The demographic profile is here, 200 principles across places, across age, across gender and so on. Well, these are the findings of convergent validity. Validity was too strong across all the emotions if you look at, across all the parameters. Well, this is the discriminant validity. If you look at the values here, 0.8, 0.8 across all the diagonally, I think they're pretty more than across the vertical wise. It means that the constant correlation values are pretty strong and we are able to test the model fit. And this was the structural equation modeling. We could try and understand. If you look at the p-values again, you could find that they were less than 0.05. So they had a huge impact on the satisfaction level of employees. Now, if you look at the hypothesis which I was speaking about, the first hypothesis got accepted, that is the perception of emotions has an implication on managing one's emotions, and the next one, the managing the other's emotion has an impact on utilization of emotion in the schools and colleges, and utilization of this emotion has a huge impact on the satisfaction level of teachers in the schools and colleges. Well, this was the result of structural equation modeling. If you look at the entire model, the p-value, the eighth hypothesis, managing others' emotion has a huge impact on utilization of emotion, and this is going to pretty have an impact on the satisfaction level of the school teachers in the organization. Well, this was the study which spoke about. I just quickly run through this. Well, this is what we're trying to understand, how well managing principle as a leader, my own emotion and perception towards my emotion and others' emotion, how is it going to impact the utilization of those emotions in the schools and the colleges, and obviously it is going to impact the satisfaction. The results that we got is, if the leaders are emotionally strong, they will be able to understand their emotion, manage people's emotion, and this is going to impact the satisfaction level of school teachers and across. So the suggestion that I would give to all the schools and colleges is, all the leaders, the principals, the HODs, the teams, what we call, they have to be trained on something called as emotional intelligence. How well they can manage their emotion, understand other emotions, use those emotions in order to bring in satisfaction level in the organization.
Good statistical model created. I just have one question. Out of the structural equation models significance that we saw, I think almost 5 of them were non-significant. So the hypothesis actually was not rejected. So I just want to know, what are those factors which you feel are still lacking? Why do you think that is not still statistically significant?
Somewhere you feel that the principles are not.
So which are, no, I just want to know, which are those factors which are not statistically significant?
That's what, people are not trained. People are not trained on how well they can manage the emotions, specifically the leaders, the principals, and they don't know how to utilize these emotions of others in the
Now
organization.
the last one, when we see PE, UE and SAT, what are those standing?
Perception of emotion towards utilization and the satisfaction of employees, the principals there. But somewhere if you look at the eighth one, that was accepted. Managing others' emotions. You have to manage your colleagues' emotions, your people's emotions, and you have to. That is having an impact on utilizing of these emotions.
That's exactly my point. This was, I think, the only thing that is missing in the finding, that if these are not statistically significant, what would be the reason because of which, and what we can do in order to incorporate that so that it can be added to the emotional intelligence.
That's what managing people. Their others' emotion is not done when it comes to the principals. They manage their emotions, but somewhere managing the colleagues' emotions are pretty much done.
So that what does the ME stand for?
Managing
your emotions, your individual emotions, and then UE stands for the other's emotions. Okay.
Managing emotions, managing emotions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Anybody? This is Dr. Sankar from Muscat.
Yes, sir. You're audible. You can.
Yeah, now I will share the screen and present, ma'am.
Yes. No, totally fine, sir. You can please go ahead. I would request you to discuss the objectives and your data analysis directly.
Yes, can you see the screen, ma'am, now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, make it slideshow. Okay, good afternoon to all of you present over here. My dear students, in fact, it is my privilege to talk to the Indian students after a long time. In fact, it's been such a almost 5 years over, I couldn't be in touch with MBA students, especially in India. Okay, this is especially for MBA students. In fact, the title says the enhancing management education through industry-digital collaboration. This is what the paper I'm going to present today. I would heartily welcome to all of you. As Madam said, we don't have much time. I would not speak much about the introduction. I will just speak about one line actually here. We being the faculty of management department or management education institutions, I believe that it is our health responsible for the type of students what we produce. Right? We all need to introspect at this kind of competitive scenario. That are we able to produce the right product to the market, which are ready to be market, I mean to say the industries. This is what the big question actually we all need to introspect ourselves. In that direction, actually, I have prepared this particular paper. Right? I'm going to talk about what made me to work on this. In fact, let me tell you that this is the College, Bangalore. I applied for the social services ICSSR, and the interest scheme I got 10 lakhs funding for industry institute collaboration required for transforming management education. In fact, I have written another paper and it is being under publication process where I have done a lot of advanced analysis. Here for this particular paper, I have taken only a little bit of data and did basic analysis actually. What made me to choose this particular topic? If you look at any one of the editorials, recent editorials like literature, whatever you say, right? Only 7%, I would stress on here, only 7% of the management graduate students, all of you please listen to me. This is very, very important question to all of you, right? Only 7% of management graduates come out to be employable, that to be in the competitive scenario. This was given by Assocham on May 23, 2018. The people say more number of management executives, management aspirants are coming to the industry, but do you think all the management aspirants are being employable? This was a big question actually. Then another thing, engineers are more employable than management students.
Again, sorry to interrupt you. All of us here are, maximum of us are from management background. We know the introduction. Could we please move on to the objective?
Yes, no, that's what I understand. I directly go to research objective now. This is what actually made me to think about that. So, are the management graduates getting quality education? Then are the management graduates employable? This is what a big question actually. In this direction, research objectives to analyze industry institute collaboration effectiveness is what are taken as an objective. Then to identify key barriers and facilitators. Then to examine the industry and academia perception. These are the three objectives taken for the study. Then when it comes to research methodology, research approach is quantitative approach and the type of research is descriptive type of research. As social research, most of the time, it goes with the descriptive type of research. I was going to die. Sampling population I have taken for this study, 34 directors, HR, HODs, 40 HR professionals, 208 faculty members, and 186 students. So sampling site which has been adopted for this study actually stratified sampling technique and probability sampling technique, where each category, directors, HR professionals, faculty members, and students have been considered as the strat. Then the scientific analysis overview actually talks about I use very basic things, binomial tests and repeat tests, ANOVA by using the statistical package also as called SPSS being used here. The hypothesis for the study actually, MBA institutions mostly conduct industry institute meetings through convention forms, these are the traditional forms. Then many industry organizations have failed to initiate relevant activities for industry institute collaboration. The leadership on management institutes face a hurdle in industry institute collaboration to their insufficient commitment to the support. Then there is no difference among perceptions of industry and academicians. Okay, when it comes to the binomial test, actually here it says most of the time all the summer projects are just lectures, or seminars, a workshop, or industrial visit. All these things actually have been used as a convention forms. When it comes to any industry collaboration, if anybody asks, MBA committee or MAC committee, when they ask to any other MBA department, they say actually yes, we do have summer project, we do have this lecture. These are all traditional forms, right? Nothing is going to be fruitful result from this. In fact, we have to go beyond that. This is what the result says as the p-value is greater than 0.05. Yes, it is accepted that most of the MBA institutions use the industry collaborations in a conventional form. Then other thing actually here I will talk about the faculty perspective. Many industrial organizations have failed to initiate relevant activities for industry collaboration. This is from the faculty perspective. If you look at the FDP, experiential learning, surveys, consultancy, management programs, all these things basically, it is basically about what faculties are not getting adequate facility, especially at this class we are experiential learning. Are we focusing more on experiential learning? No, when it comes to assessment, actually we go with only summative form of assessment. That means to say we conduct internal test and we conduct final examination. But it is not the way actually. We need to go with the formative type of assessment. Right? In this advanced kind of technological world, we can use the application of AI tools. Right? We can use formative assessment, open book examinations, right? Where industry people can be involved here, more number of practical projects we need to focus. Faculty should be sent to industry for better training. Industry people should come to institutes for the better interaction with the students, faculty, everybody. Through this actually, consultancy opportunity also will improve, right? And more number of management development programs will happen. More fruitful result will come. Result says actually since the p-value is 0.05, naturally it has been rejected.
Professor Santosh Kumar. Professor Santosh Kumar, you finally conclude, sir. Time is up because we have some other schedule. Okay. Professor, did you recognize me when I was in Shimoga? When you was in Shimoga, recognize me, Dr. Subu? I think Vikram shared. Ah, yeah. Good, sir. Good, nicely presented. You conclude, sir, because we have some other assignments. So that reason I'm requesting you, please conclude and we'll wish you all the best, sir. Oh, please.
India has got a huge amount of youth population, insect population. We train them. If we are able to skill them appropriately, definitely, it's going to be a huge, impact on Indian economy by providing great amount of job opportunities and meanwhile entrepreneurial development activities, all those things. The future scope of research actually, of course, it can happen by going any kind of regional based things, industry collaboration can happen through biodiversity, ethnicities like that by having collaboration with small industries there. This is what actually I would like to conclude. So if anybody has any questions, please.
No, sir. Thank you so much. It was a very interesting concept, put forth very wonderfully. Thank you so much for your input.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Srikant Subbu, sir, for giving me an opportunity.
Next, professor.
Our next presenter is Ms. Pooja Hunkeri. Pooja Hunkeri.
Your name is also Pooja. Professor, how many left still?
Still more 10, sir.
Good evening, sir. So the title, what I have chosen for my paper is Exploring the Connection Between Organizational Sustainability Practices and Employee Wellbeing, a Human Resources Perspective. My introduction is, organizations are shifting focus beyond financial performance to improve sustainability and employee well-being. Organization sustainability integrates economic, social, and environmental factors. Employee well-being includes mental, physical, and
Ma'am, I kindly request you, we will move to objectives and directly discuss your result.
Yes, sure. My objectives are, in short, what I could say is to assess the relationship between sustainable practice and employee well-being, and to identify the best practices and challenges in sustainability integrated across factors. What my objective says. My research methodology. Qualitative. I have reviewed around 70 plus papers, and there is a thematic analysis mapping what I have done. Data collection was reviewed some journals. This is the model which I have made. Thematic mapping. Thematic mapping revealed a strong connection between work-life balance, employee engagement, and sustainable initiatives. Conclusion now. Sustainability and well-being are interconnected companies prioritizing both see higher engagement and job satisfaction. HR plays a critical role in embedding sustainability into work culture. Organizations must implement genuine sustainability efforts to
build trust and sorry. Shall I go with my findings, please? HR practice enhance employee engagement and job satisfaction. Work-life balance and green HRM positively impact employee well-being and retention.
Just one question. Why do you choose thematic mapping as your tool to analyze this particular connection?
Because, ma'am, that is the one where we can have a comparison between like which are the aspects where I can show it clearly. Both a comparison between employee sustainability and the organization cultures, which can show it clearly.
There are other data analytics tools also which will be more, data driven. So why you chose this particular?
Yes, to be very practical and straight, madam, we are very fresh into research. So this is also one thing what I have learned. Yes, definitely I come back on it, ma'am. Yes, thank you.
Our next presenter is Amruta Chawla.
Ma'am, till that connects, you can please introduce your topic. Ma'am, your topic is the impact of women leaders on environmental stewardship.
Yes, yes.
So, could you put light upon how do you emphasize environmental stewardship? How do you objectify this?
Basically, the meaning of the term stewardship is monitoring or supervising the whatever fluctuations that are happening in the environment, and in that the leaders, that too women leaders, are playing a very important role in environmental stewardship, because for example the grassroots leaders are those who are focusing mainly on their environmental studies or locality studies wherever they are living.
Wonderful. What are the major environmental, tools or environmental issues that you have focused on in the research, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am. The major environmental tools is that sometimes as women are multidisciplinary or multitasking, with all the responsibilities, they are lagging behind to find out some or analyze some environmental issues in their locality.
What are the topics you choose among the environmental sustainability, which means you have taken up for your analysis? You have observed which type of environmental tool. Like, have you taken wastage management? Have you taken water conservation? Which environmental, aspects have you focused?
Yeah, I focused on climatic change. The climatic change is affecting on all the types of environment or all the aspects of environment. So I am majorly focusing on climate change.
Okay. What is your response? Your response is based on
secondary data.
So on what have you concluded? What were the major sources you have used for your secondary data analysis?
Ma'am, peer-reviewed journals and some well-known journals and research papers published in Scopus.
Could you elaborate on one or two objectives of your study, ma'am?
Yeah, ma'am. One major objective is focusing on the climatic change. So, how the women leaders are working on
the environmental stewardship if there is climatic change. That is the major objective. No.
What conclusion did you find, or what are the major findings?
Ma'am, major finding is that the environmental stewardship, that too with the in the matter of women leadership, here what I find out is there are many lack of studies related to climatic change with the women leadership. So there should be major focus in the future on that.
Have you uploaded in an yesterday?
I uploaded, but there are some corrections, so I have pen drive.
No issue.
Yeah, so I just would like to commend the uniqueness of your topic because it is not a regularly researched concept. But then I also had an issue to why choosing this particular concept of impact of women leaders on environmental stewardship. Does it actually matter why women are important or men are important, because environment is environmental? No, ma'am. Like environmental stewardship is it like generally in the generation mentality, what is it that only men are contributing for the environment, like agriculture or something? There are female also there who are contributing to agriculture, but the general mentality is that only men are contributing more. So I want to focus more on women category.
Our next presenter is online, Ms. Dr. Prahlad and Dr. Rajendra. Ms. Poonam, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Now please take control.
Yes, sir. I'll share my screen. Sir, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, you can please start. I request you to focus on objectives and directly discuss your findings, please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Ma'am, good evening. My topic is a study on sustainable development goals with relevance to Maslow's need hierarchy theory. So, these are the contents we are going to see here. Then, as we know, sustainable development goals we have to achieve by 2030. I just want to show here in my research that how sustainable goals are related to the Maslow's need hierarchy theory and how much now India has achieved throughout these years. Okay, so these are the sustainable goals. As we all know, 17 goals are there. We have to achieve this by 2030. These are my objectives. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. So these are my objectives: to study Maslow's need hierarchy theory under the dimensions of economic, social, and environmental goals. So these are the three criteria I have taken. Under that, we can segregate our SDG, social, sustainable development goals also, and we can compare that with Maslow's need hierarchy theory also. My second objective is to compare the achievement of SDG by India with global achievement of SDG. So, through my literature review, I have come up with this, that is for economic, environmental, and social goals. Here we can see the Maslow's need hierarchy theory, which is divided into 5 stages, that is psychological needs, which is very basic concepts of management. That is psychological needs, safety needs, love and belonging, esteem needs, and then the self-actualization needs. So these 5 needs, which is this hierarchy is given by Maslow's long back, and from so many years we are learning this in management. But now we can relate this to SDG, which is recently we have to achieve this by 2030. So this is divided into three dimensions. That is economic goals, which covers the SDG goal of 8, 9, and 9, 12, and 17. Which again one more goal is there, that is social goal, which 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11. So these goals are combined here, and the environmental goals, which are 6, 7, 13, and 14, which are segregated here. If you can see under the Maslow hierarchy theory. Now, I have found out from the Sustainable Development Report from 2024. This is the these are the 17 criteria as we can see, and these are divided into these segments like economic, social, and the environmental sector.
Can we move to your major findings, ma'am? The final findings, madam?
Findings of the study.
Yes, ma'am.
Please move to the last findings of your study after the research methodologies.
Yes, ma'am. So, by looking at this data, I have done this regression analysis. So, it says that approximately which indicates 0.8, which indicates the strong correlation between the independent variable and dependent variable, which suggests significant contribution by India here. And then R square is also 0.714, which is approximately 71%. India has achieved that and achieved the goal, and a more accurate measure which it can show. Then after that we can see here the p-value also, which has been calculated. So p-value is 1.98, which correctly shows the data, and it significantly shows the relationship between India, whatever it has achieved through compared to globally. So this study is important because SDG is a priority now for India also and globally also. In that, compared to other countries, India has achieved most. And for further study, through our literature review, I have observed that many of them they have done done research with related to the food, nutrition, and hunger. But the other things which are related to the social and the environmental needs, one more thing is psychological need is also important to take in this, so that future researchers can take notes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a new perspective to see the addition to the Maslow's theory. Thank you so much for your input.
Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity.
Our next presenter is Mr. Mahesh Ji. Today we have seen workplace today consists of multiple generations. Like this. First of all, we will see how my title is related to sustainable development goals. First one is alliance is to talk about quality education, and second one is to promote gender equality. And next one is to promote SDG, that is the vision and economic growth. And last one, alliance is the SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions like solving the issues in the community of peaceful. Let's see the introduction.
We'll move directly to the objectives, and then we'll discuss your findings.
And these are my objectives. First one to explore the emotional intelligence, generation of workplace conflict resolution, and And second, to analyze the generational equivalence in a conflict or a text analysis. I have used the text and two text analysis tools. One is the thematic mapping, and another is the LDA method. And the last one is to develop a text-based framework to suggesting the companies to which methods they have to follow to minimize the issues in the company. The methodology part is completely based on the secondary data and a systematic data review to explore AI's role in the effect generation workplace conflict resolution. And research approach is the quality approach subject to experience and communication styles and AI driven strategies. Data collection is based on the scholarly methods and papers are collected after 2020 which are professional focus, submit, Icbmtbfi, and data analysis as a role, thematic analysis and topic modeling. This is the topic modeling using the LDA method. Why I use this method? Because identifying the key things. After studying the many 120 papers, I came to know that what are the things I have to focus to minimize the issues conflict in the companies by emotional intelligence. First one speaks about misunderstanding. Second one, you can say that companies very strong culture. Next, we can see the style of leadership. And again, we can say communication style, leadership styles. Based on that, I come to the conclusion that I have suggested on thematic mapping, which I mentioned in my last objective. The thematic mapping speaks about intelligence in leadership styles and sentiment, generational gap in misunderstanding, organization culture and styles, and a digital transformation, emotional aspects in workplace conflict and workplace communication. At the last week, came to the conclusion that AI is essential in bridging the generational gaps in workplace conflict and a generational difference in the communication styles, work values, and the technology adoption can create a workplace tension. And the text analytics, which I mentioned, one is the thematic and another is the LDA method, which helps to identify what are the issues we have to focus and minimize the issues. And last is I will conclude that organization must use AI training, leadership programs and policies to minimize the issues. Thank you.
Just one question.
Yes,
your research is fine, the thematic mapping, and you explained the reasons why it exists, but then I want to know why didn't you give a suggestion or why didn't you introduce how can we reduce this gap? Because generational gap exists and what are the factors you explained.
Yes.
But how to deal with it? What are the ways in which...
This is the thematic mapping I'm suggesting to minimize the issues. We have seen the generational gap like baby boomers 1940 to 1964, then the generation X 1965 to 1980, and generation Z is 1997.
I got it.
Yes.
And my question is, the adoption of now thematic mapping, this is all done by AI.
Yes,
so I am asking what is your input as in how can these be adopted or applied to real life situations? So what is your suggestion there?
Ma'am, nowadays we have to change the leadership styles and the communication style and communication flow. What we have seen in the last generation, the communication flow was not good. So now we can adopt the good communication flow, leadership style, and company cultures. By that we can minimize the issues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Ms. Pooja Amrutraj Pillai. Ms. Pooja, are you here? Next, Ms. Smriti Shastri.
Online online.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, please take control.
Please share your screen, ma'am.
Okay.
Shruti ma'am, the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it is visible. I request you to directly move to the objectives of the study and then we will discuss your findings.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Smriti Shastri from ICSISL, Study and Farm Studies. Now I'm going to present a paper on the topic study on challenges in HRM. Uh, so the main objective of my study is to study the challenges faced in HRM and to provide solutions to overcome those challenges. Uh, for this study, secondary data has been used. The data has been collected from internet websites, etc. So the main limitation of this study is the analysis was based on the information or opinion which may change with time, trends, lifestyle, etc. Next limitation is time constraint. Due to the limited time available for conducting this study, certain aspects may not have been explored in as much depth as desired. Next limitation is the study relied solely on secondary data. This study primarily utilized the secondary data, meaning that the research depended on pre-existing sources rather than collecting first-hand data.
Okay, ma'am. Could you move ahead?
Next. Okay. Next one, challenges in HRM. So the first challenge is diversity in workforce. Management must always remember that no two individuals have the same workforce. Diversity is a natural and common occurrence in various forms such as caste, color, culture, language, age, etc. Reports indicate that 47% of
Ma'am, what is the methodology? What is the research methodology you use to shortlist all these challenges? Which is the tool that you have used?
Descriptive method.
Any other technological support that you use for shortlisting these individually?
Google.
Okay. Can we discuss your findings, ma'am?
Okay. So this is the findings, challenges. So diversity in workforce and training and development. So all these are the challenges in HR.
Okay, this is your first objective. What about your last objective, your suggestion?
So finally, so HR, the conclusion is the HR manager must understand that innovation is crucial to an organization's success. They encounter numerous challenges, including technological economics, workforce diversity, including the younger generations with new skills and navigating changing law and regulations. These challenges should be carefully considered by HR managers when recruiting and selecting the most suitable candidate for the organizations.
Thank you so much, Kriti ma'am. I would request if next time you undertake data analysis, try to use a more quantitative analysis approach. Thank you so much for presenting.
Okay.
Our next presenter for the day is online. It's Mr. Vishal Unji. Mr. Vishal.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Vishal, please share your screen.
Sure. Is my screen visible?
Yes, please go ahead. I request you to discuss the objectives and we'll move directly to your findings, please.
Yes, ma'am, sure. I'll just. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. So my discussion will be on advertisement in growing systems industry. So the objectives are to understand the uses of advertising in sports industry, to study how to reach a wider audience with the continuous engagement of customers or audience, to know how these forces relate to sustainability, to explore immediate job opportunity that is proceeds. So these are my objectives. And coming to the methodology, it's a qualitative methodology has been from the study, and the sources which are used was YouTube channels and Instagram handles of different sports athletes and the organizations where I could see their subscribers and other sources, which was readily available for me. And coming to the analysis and interpretation, the observations from different organizations and athletes' YouTube channels and Instagram handles, which was common across platforms worldwide. According to the Stakeholder, which is the source which I have sourced from, the global esports audience is expected to reach 640.8 million by 2025, split into 380 million enthusiasts, dedicated fans, which I can say, and somewhere around 20 million occasional viewers who usually visit the sites. This figure aligned with demand sales which forecast 640 million viewers by 2025. So we have almost reached 650 now as per today. And the major findings are one can use the companies can go for sponsorship, can be a game changer in other sports industry as we can see the results in sports like cricket. We see Virat Kohli using the MRF speaker band, which has given a lot of use to the MRF. And we are seeing the new change that Suman is using the same MRF speaker band, which is the sensation again. Same way, even sponsorship can help in the sports industry and even marketing. Hosting a land where different games like HCMI, Valorant, CSGO, and PUBG Mobile, and many other games also will help boosting the sports industry as well as brand collaboration will help to boost their advertisement, their products, promote their products in the wider and Indian advertisement. The best way to promote products in Indian advertisement is a lot of facilitated products and brands. For example, we would say that Tesla using ECI all mobile as a strategy, and they want to take that in the game, and even Mahindra E6 has been using the same strategy in the option BGM brand. So gives a lot of scope and wider use. Suggestion: Fortune Business Insight reported that 1.72 billion in 2020 with the CAGR of 20.7%, huge growing market. There's a lot of scope of advertising in many ways to reach out to the audience, and companies can focus on boosting events and collaborating with gamers for better reach of audience, where they can promote a lot of products and their brand. And conclusion, advertisement is a sloping level, and collaboration with sports icons have proven track records from Michael Jordan to Sachin Tendulkar. Seminar wins to PV Sindhu, as you can see, had EVMA. So hence the emerging esports industry can do wonders for brands with emerging icons in India and globally.
Thank you so much, Vishal sir. If I just want one question, do you have any statistical support for the findings and suggestions that you've given?
No, not exactly a statistical.
So your research was more to do with qualitative and subjective analysis.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next time I will use the qualitative.
Sure. All the best.
Yes, and for not coming personally, sir, and
Thank you,
Thank you so much for your collaboration, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vishal sir. Our next presenter is Veena Davali. Miss Veena, are you online?
Yes, sir.
Now please share your screen.
Yes, sir. Is it visible, sir? I'm sharing.
Yes, madam. I request you to move to the objectives, and then we can discuss your findings directly, please.
Yes, ma'am, sure. Thank you for the opportunity, first of all. I wish a good evening to everyone. And I am beginning with my topic today is to promote integrated businesses. This is the introduction part. And I have done around 30 pages of research, which I will mention your papers. Is it my slides in moving on?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
This is an introduction part. It was just and coming to the problem statement. To examine advanced prediction system, it was a machine learning algorithm in IoT technology. In the sense, people were setting the name of there will be lack in cognitive there will be decline in cognitivity and there will be no disorders in respect to movements and people have such speech with respect to people suffering with this anxiety and for that I am trying to put it in models so that they will be independently doing the activity day-to-day basis. And the objective I have framed this was to design an enhanced machine learning model in order to identify neurodegenerative diseases. And this is based on the data collection I do.
Ma'am, sorry to disturb you. Could you please display your objective slide, ma'am? Slide with your objectives in it.
Yes, ma'am, it is displayed. It is not seen.
Yeah, now it is seen, ma'am. Please.
Now it is seen. Okay. The second objective is to design a novel feature selection mechanism in order to address requisite concept of class equivalences, issue, and multi-level classification data. What is this class equivalences? They will be individual data set classes, whereas minority and majority classes, there should be a balance between those classes so that we can predict the performance very well. If there is any imbalances with respect to that classes, then it was an issue for that one novel feature selection mechanism has to be designed. That I am trying to do. And one more is multi-level classification data. And for this multi-level classification data is important. Whenever we are training the data set for a particular output, that input has to be labeled one UV as a correspondent. If the for one input data or mapping the two output as a prediction purpose, and that also is one issue. So that is my second objective. The third objective is that I am doing comparative analysis on whether the project my ecosystem and existing systems and try to get a good performance in terms of accuracy so that my prototype or my model, whatever I am trying to design, works well. And the methodology is as follows. The first interpretation is done, scientific data set, orange and lecture transfer, real-time data and concept demands for that. And the second process is data pre-processing, whereas it speaks about data cleaning. Data cleaning is nothing but any erroneous, inconsistent data has been written. Data transformation is nothing but you are supposed to normalize or standardize your data to some form to process it. And the third one is data reduction. Data reduction is still in data or redundant data is being written. Data integration, you should be able to integrate with multiple sources and perform well. And data splitting is you are subjecting your data after all the host steps, not going for testing, training, and validating of that particular. Once the data processing is done, you are supposed to go for the feature extraction and selection. In this feature extraction, you actually getting the original dimensionality of the data to a new one, so that you can pick whatever exact feature you want from that particular data and give it to an enhanced machine learning model. And this model, after taking first data, has to be subjected to training university and getting 70% of training ratio and 30% of the testing ratio. Once training testing is done, that has to be moved to the prediction. Prediction is nothing but it has to validate using the metrics and accuracy decision to validate the accuracy of my system.
Okay, ma'am. Can we move to the data analysis? Yeah, conclusions, please.
This is a conclusion where machine learning is a potential for predictive and tracking processes for predictive data for early diagnosis. And there are many challenges of data quality, singularity, I am trying to address all these issues I mentioned in the slide with respect to my model. This will be my conclusion. And coming to the references, I have referenced so many. Any questions?
No, ma'am. Thank you so much for your input.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Our last presenter for today is Dr. P.V. Narendra Kiran. Dr. P.V. Narendra Kiran, are you online?
Yes, sir.
Please stay on slide.
Kindly share your screen. I request you to, yes, your screen is visible, madam. I request you to move to the objectives and then we can directly discuss your findings, please.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. So So our study covers 4 key areas related to occupational health and safety and its impact on economic growth. So the objectives of our study are leadership commitment. We analyze how committed organization leaders are to promoting a culture of workplace safety. The second one is infrastructure and resources. The second objective evaluates whether the available infrastructure and resources are sufficient to support OHS initiatives. And third objective is emergency preparedness. Lastly, we assess the efficiency of emergency response measures in workplace incidents. The hypothesis of our research is, the first hypothesis states occupational health and safety standards have a significant positive impact on job satisfaction among employees. And the second hypothesis states digital safety innovation significantly improve workplace safety and risk management. The independent variables in our study are leadership commitment, which will measure how effectively leadership promotes a culture of safety. Second is infrastructure and resources. It evaluates the adequacy of facilities and resources supporting OHS. Third is job satisfaction and safety, which assesses employee satisfaction linked to safety practices. The dependent variables in our study are workplace safety culture, which represents the overall safety environment within the organization, employee morale and productivity, which analyzes how safety standards influence productivity and staff well-being.
Now coming to the research methodology, we didn't just pick a handful of people, we surveyed 385 employees across different micro and small enterprises. We used statistical tools to find patterns like correlation analysis and hypothesis testing. So now to ensure a detailed analysis, we divided a questionnaire into 9 sections, each covering different aspects of workplace safety. In total, we asked 45 questions to get a well-rounded understanding. We focused on 7 key variables. Some of them were leadership commitment, infrastructure, safety culture, and emergency preparedness. Now coming to the research model, so our main objective was to enhance the occupational health and safety standards, for which our variables were leadership commitment, infrastructure, resources, job satisfaction and safety. And our main objective were to answer the following questions, which were how do leadership and infrastructure shape workplace safety culture, how prepared are workplaces for emergencies, and is there a direct link between job satisfaction and safety. So now coming to the social demographics of the respondents, to know that who participated in our survey. Our survey had a fairly balanced gender distribution with 59.22% male and 40% female respondents. A small percentage of 0.78% identified as others. The largest groups were aged 20 to 25 and above 55. The middle age groups were 26 to 55 years. Around 20% of respondents have worked for 6 to 10 years and another 21% have worked over 20 years.
Sittings, sorry to disturb you in between. I would request you to move to your findings directly.
Ma'am, should I discuss
Yes, please. Yes, please.
So, coming to the analysis, so our hypothesis was that occupational health and safety standards have a significant positive impact on job satisfaction. To validate our hypothesis, we used Pearson's correlation analysis. So, we established relationship between each question. We asked them a questionnaire relating to leadership commitment and job satisfaction and safety. So, which the questions are mentioned in the table below. So, the findings from this analysis was the highest correlation was found in question B. The R was 0.5280, which means when safety efforts are recognized and reported, employees feel their work quality is unaffected by safety concerns. Other questions also show a moderate to strong positive relation, confirming the leadership commitment to safety directly influences job satisfaction. Our findings strongly support the hypothesis. When leadership actively prioritizes safety, employees feel more satisfied and secure in their work. The second analysis was about, our goal was here to determine whether digital safety innovations contribute to a safer workplace environment or not. Here also the question I mentioned in the table. The main findings from this analysis was the correlation of moderate to strong positive, meaning that digital safety innovations have significant impact on workplace safety. Question number D had the highest correlation of R being 0.5280, indicating that simplifying safety reporting through digital system leads to faster response time for hazardous conditions. So the finding from this analysis was online training had the lowest correlation. And the key takeaway was technology plays a critical role in enhancing workplace safety by improving accessibility.
Our study revealed 5 key findings. So the first one was leadership commitment. Strong leadership in OHS boost job satisfaction as the R resulted into 0.5280. Second was digital innovations. Safety tools like real-time alerts enhance workplace safety. Third was OHS and morale. Effective OHS frameworks improve employee morale and productivity. Infrastructure and safety perception. Adequate resources make employees feel safer. And the last is economic growth. Robust OHS policies reduce accidents and boost productivity. These findings highlight the impact of strong OHS practices on safety and economic growth. Now coming to the conclusion part, our study emphasizes that ensuring workplace safety is not only essential for protecting employees, but also for driving sustainable economic growth by strengthening OHS frameworks through policy reforms, employee training, and leadership engagement. Organizations can significantly improve productivity and workforce well-being. Our recommendations would be mandatory OHS compliance audits, structured safety training programs, increased leadership accountability, and financial incentives for safety technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just have one question. What are the factors did you consider when you undertook digital safety innovations, and how do you think MSME units will be able to adopt to them successfully?
Can you repeat the question once?
I want to know, when you conducted your research, what are the factors you undertook to decide your second hypothesis, digital safety innovation, and then your respondents were MSE units, right? So, do you think they are ready to adopt such practices?
Now the factors were like the use of digital tools that they use for the safety management, like what are the software that they implemented, and what are the training modules, since they were SMEs, so they needed a lot of training modules, and then what was the reporting system, like are there automatic reporting systems to for improving the hazards that are being caused. And ma'am, as for your second question, that how will they implement? So ma'am, there are some government initiatives which we can collaborate with to implement.
Thank you so much, Kriti and Sana.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So that was the last of our presenters for today. So we are almost ready to conclude today's session. But before we do that, I would like to request our esteemed session chair, Dr. Vishali Pakanwar ma'am, to please share a few words.
The number is few, I'll talk from here. It was wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for the participation. It was wonderful listening to all of you. And as we know, the concept that we covered today is very, very crucial, because everyone is talking about change being the only constant. And the recent changes that all of you discussed among some of the topics that were discussed were so true. Okay, looking into that recent trends that business is seeing, management is looking into, all the areas we see AI covering most of the concepts, the functionings of the business today. All these sectors adopting different augmented realities to make your businesses effective. We saw the folks last year coming up with a list of new recent trends which are very crucial for businesses to adopt. We saw last year Reliance coming in with AI in shopping, which was a new trend, because Zote, the new this thing that they came up with. We see the changing traditions, the adoption of practices in business today is not going to remain same. So I think managers have to keep themselves ready. It was a wonderful experience to listen to all your researches. Thank you so much for having me here. I thank Rohit sir for giving me this invitation, and sir to coordinate. Thank you all the faculty members and delegates. It was wonderful being here today.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful comments and effective moderation of today's session. On behalf of the organizing committee and all the participants, I would like Dr. S. Rohit to present ma'am with felicitation. Please come. Thank you again, ma'am, for your presence and today's moderation. So that concludes our session for today. And before we leave, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the participants for all the hard work that they put in, and the technical team that helps with the offline coordination over here, as well as all the attendees. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.